of a 4-game weekend series between the New York Mets and the Los Angeles Dodgers. A check of the standings in the National League East. Mets with a win last night, now 6.5 behind the first-place Braves. And over in the West, the fourth-place Dodgers just 6 behind the first-place San Diego Padres. As we welcome you to Fox Saturday Baseball, Kenny Albert, along with Eric Karros. Now, while the Mets and Dodgers have both struggled since the All-Star break, both teams just 2-7. As you just saw, they are both still in the thick of their respective division race.
Well, they really are, and there is a lot of baseball still to be played. But for both teams to get back in these races, they're going to have to do some things. The Mets, Mike Pelfrey, he started off 10-2, but he has not been the same pitcher. In his last 4 starts, he's 0-3, coming off a horrid start in Arizona. The Dodgers, that 5th spot has been trouble. Today they send Carlos Monasterios. He's going to try and anchor that position. Both teams need some offense, and both teams need to turn things around starting today.
Well, they've split the first 2 games of this series. Dodgers winning 2-0 on Thursday, and the Mets coming back with a 6-1 win last night. East meets West. The Mets and the Dodgers coming up next on Fox. The New York Mets with a record of 50-47. Their batting order brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Shortstop Jose Reyes leads off, followed by second baseman Luis Castillo. The right fielder Angel Pagan hits third. David Wright in the cleanup spot. Then center fielder Carlos Beltran. First baseman Ike Davis bats sixth. Bottom of the order, left fielder Jason Day. Catcher Rod Barajas. And the Mets pitcher today, Mike Pelfrey. Mets getting set to face 24-year-old right-hander Carlos Monasterios, who will make his 7th start of the season. He's pitched out of the bullpen on 14 occasions for the Dodgers, native of Venezuela. Our sprint player firsts for Carlos Monasterios. His first start since June 18th. His last 3 appearances have come in relief, and this will be his first career start against the Mets. Pitched 2 innings out of the bullpen at Citi Field back in late April. This game brought to you by Budweiser, official beer of the first inning. The beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do. Mets with a 6-1 victory in the second game of this series last night after they were shut out on Thursday 2-0. Jose Reyes steps in to lead off against Monasteros. Reyes, Castillo, and Pagan for the Mets here at the top of the first inning. Mets scored 6 runs last night. First time in their last 14 games they scored more than 4 runs. As Reyes pops it up to the left side, the shortstop for Call is under it. 1 away. Defensively for the Dodgers this afternoon, the outfield, Garrett Anderson in left, Matt Kemp in center, Xavier Paul in right. Around the infield, James Loney, Blake DeWitt, Rafael Furcal, and Casey Blake, with Brad Ausmus making his second start of the season behind the plate. Off the disabled list. Giving Russell Martin the day off. Andre Ethier also not in the Dodgers starting lineup. Luis Castillo takes a called strike from Monasteros, 0-1.
Well, you talk about some of the Dodger regulars that aren't playing today, and that's kind of been what Joe Torre has done all year long. Gives guys days off.
Castillo punches one into left center. Castillo on his way to second, and he is in with a 1-out double.
This ball hit in the alley. It wasn't hit extremely hard, but well placed. Garrett Anderson able to surround the ball, but Castillo from the left side out hustling from the get-go. Slides easily into second base. And that's one thing the Mets do have is team speed. A lot of guys that can run the bases. They can force the issue.
Mets lead the National League in stolen bases. For Luis Castillo, only his 4th extra base hit in 156 at-bats this season. So Castillo takes his lead off second. Ball 1 to Angel Pagan, who is now the Mets starting right fielder. With the return of Carlos Beltran, David Wright waiting on deck.
Well, and you wonder, why is Pagan hitting in the 3rd position? Probably more suited for the top of the lineup or a bit lower, but the reason Jerry Manuel has him there is his ability to hit with runners in scoring position, hitting close to 400.
3rd in the league in that category.
In his emergence this year, more than anything, what's been different for him, he's been healthy. Gone out there and he's produced. He wasn't even supposed to have the job at the beginning of the year. Remember, Beltran being out, and they had signed Gary Matthews Jr., but he seized the opportunity and really run with it.
But 2-0 for Monasteros. Now 2-1. Gary Matthews Jr. was the Mets starter in center field on opening day. Pagan won the job, and now with the return of Beltran, Jeff Francoeur is the odd man out.
Well, it's not as if he's been handed anything. He's earned the job. He's gone out, he's produced.
Castillo takes his lead off second with 1 out. And the 2-1 to Pagan, now 2-2.
You see that pitch right there? That's the off-speed changeup right there. And that's really Monasteros' best pitch. We were speaking with Joe Torre prior to the game, and he had mentioned that this kid, he's got an excellent arm, but the thing that separates him is his ability to throw that changeup. And when he does it consistently, he's a very effective pitcher. See, he comes right back with it. It'll be interesting now. 3-2 situation. Got first base to play with right now. So you don't want to just lay something over the middle of the plate. You've got a young hitter at the plate. Now, Brad Osmus, I'm guessing, is probably going to expand his zone a little bit. Try and get Pagan to go for something off of the plate.
Payoff pitch to Pagan, and he fouls it off to the left side. Doug Eddings working behind the plate today. He was the first base umpire last night. Ejected Mets manager Jerry Manuel following an argument during the second inning. Crew chief Dana DeMuth at first, Kerwin Danley at second, and C.B. Bucknor is the third base umpire. Runner on second, one out, top of the first inning. Payoff pitch to Pagan. Right center. And the catch is made on the warning track by the center fielder Kemp. Castillo moves to third.
Well, Pagan does a nice job of getting the runner over to third base. Just misses hitting this ball out of the park. But he does the job and sets up an opportunity now for David Wright.
David Wright leading the club in home runs with 15, runs batted in with 68. The National League Player of the Month in June. Represented the Mets in his 5th consecutive All-Star game.
See that stance by David Wright. There's a lot of distance between himself and the plate.
On the ground to the third baseman, Casey Blake. The right swing at the first pitch. Mets are retired. Castillo stranded on third. Shortstop Rafael Furcal will lead off. Then the right fielder Xavier Paul. Matt Kemp hits third. James Loney in the cleanup spot. Then second baseman Blake DeWitt. Third baseman Casey Blake. The left fielder Garrett Anderson bats seventh. Then catcher Brad Osmus. And the pitcher Carlos Monasterios. The Dodgers batting order brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Mike Pelfrey outstanding over his first 15 starts. Now check out the numbers. Over his last 4, he has not made it out of the 5th inning in any of his last 4 starts.
Really struggled in that last start he had against Arizona. Just over an inning pitch, but in that first inning he threw 51 pitches. Gave up a lot of hits and just, a real blow to the confidence level.
Pelfrey will face Rafael Furcal leading off for the Dodgers. Our sprint player first for the All-Star shortstop. Furcal leading the National League with a batting average of .329. And he leads the Dodgers in steals with 16. He's 0 for 7 over the first 2 games of this series. And he takes strike one from Pelfrey.
Well, Joe Torre telling us before the game that he was thinking about possibly giving Furcal a day off today. He's going to wait and see how he felt. Obviously good enough to go today.
The 1-1. And a base hit. Gets past Reyes. Looked like he had a chance. But it bounced to his left, and the leadoff man is on for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the first inning.
Well, I've seen this before. I've played at Dodger Stadium, and you watch Jose Reyes here right now, and it looks like he doesn't even move. Watch. He doesn't even see the ball off of the bat. It's not because he's not paying attention, but as an infielder at day games at Dodger Stadium, very tough to pick up the ball off of the bat. And I remember watching Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith play shortstop for the Cardinals. A ball was hit to his left. He broke to his right. I'm thinking, heck, I see that. Man.
If it could happen to Ozzie, it could happen to anybody, I guess.
Yeah, and the reason you have the color of the seats are faint, but also the white shirts, very tough to pick up the ball. And the fact that it's just a bright day. You have that problem in a lot of stadiums.
We told you about Furcal, 16 steals. As the throw gets away from Davis. Furcal around second, headed for third. The throw from Castillo is not in time.
This ball just gets away from Davis, and I'm not sure if he saw it as well. Then Furcal hustling all the way, never any doubt in his mind that he was going to go to third base. Tough for the Mets to retrieve it, but already, I mean, Reyes doesn't break for a ball, and then the ball gets by. Furcal gets two bases. And just not the way you want to start things off if you're the Mets, but especially when you've got Pelfrey out on the mound and you're trying to give him something to feel good about.
Pelfrey has allowed 11 first-inning runs over his last 8 starts. One and two now on Paul.
Well, you see the fastball right there that Pelfrey threw, about 93, 94. And that's one of the things that Jerry Manuel had mentioned. See good movement on that fastball right there. But he had mentioned that he had noticed in his last few starts that Pelfrey had gone away from the fastball. He's thinking more about trying to trick the hitter than go right after it. That's the thing I've always found. Sometimes pitchers give hitters way too much credit. It's difficult to hit up there. Sometimes you doubt your stuff as a pitcher, but when you throw a 93, 94 with movement, I don't care who the hitter is. It's not a lot of fun.
2-2 from Pelfrey, and Paul fouls it back to the screen. Ken Rosenthal's with us today down at field level, so for the first time this afternoon, we check in with Ken.
Yeah, Kenny, just to piggyback on what Eric was saying, Mike Pelfrey looked at video of himself, recent starts and earlier starts, and he noticed a completely different approach, just what Eric was saying, getting away from his fastball.
Over the course of the season, 2 out of every 3 pitches he throws are fastballs, but he has gotten away from that in his recent starts. This will score a run. So Xavier Paul with a sacrifice fly, his 11th RBI, and the Dodgers manufacture a run here in the first inning.
Well, nice at-bat. Gets Furcal in. But really, that run manufactured by Rafael Furcal. First getting on base, then being a threat to steal, draws the throw. It's an errant throw. Then instead of just coasting into second, he hustles all the way around to third. That's why I've repetitively said Rafael Furcal, for me, is the most important piece of this Dodger ball club.
And he reached base on what looked to be an easy play for Jose Reyes. Ground ball to the shortstop, but Reyes did not see it. Reacted late. And then on the throwing error committed by Pelfrey, Furcal went from first to third. Matt Kemp with a bloop. Just over the glove of Castillo.
So again, Pelfrey down 1-0 already. Giving up 2 hits.
Number 7.
Probably thinking, you got to be kidding me. We're going through this again. But again, he could be out of this inning right now. It should be 3 up, 3 down. If Reyes sees the ball. I mean, that ball Matt Kemp hit right there was in off the hands, a good pitch. So just shows you the fine line between having success and not looking too good out there.
Here's James Loney, who leads the Dodgers with 64 runs batted in. He's 6th in the National League. Matt Kemp with 15 steals takes his lead off first. He's also been caught 11 times. And Loney with a base hit into left center. 3rd hit of the inning for the Dodgers. They have runners on first and second with only 1 out. You look back at Pelfrey's last start Monday against the Diamondbacks in Arizona. He threw 51 pitches in the first inning in that game.
Yeah, and you see that ball gets a good part of the plate right there. What I've noticed so far with the Dodgers, outside of Paul, who did get an inside pitch, is they're trying to use the middle of the field or go the other way. Loney, that goes to the left of second base as a left-handed hitter. Matt Kemp, he kept his hands inside and fought the ball off, went to right. Rafael Furcal shoots one the other way. And that's how you have to approach a sinker ball pitcher. Think about taking him the other way. You try to pull the sinker, whether you're lefty or righty, you usually beat that thing into the ground.
As Blake DeWitt steps in, the Dodgers second baseman. Pelfrey has thrown only 12 pitches in this inning, Eric. He's allowed 3 hits, 1 run, and has recorded just the 1 out on the fly ball to right off the bat of Paul. So Kemp on at second, Loney over at first, and the fastball is in for a called strike, 0-1 on DeWitt.
Well, again, I think the pitching coach goes out there, he wants to remind Pelfrey, you're still 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning.
0-2.
You know, as bad as things have gone so far, you don't want to let things get away from you. You can't dwell on what has happened. You can only control that very next pitch. Again, you induce a ground ball and get out of here with a double play.
Two from Pelfrey. Fastball missing inside. Now 1-2. Casey Blake waiting on deck. 1 out. Bottom of the first inning. Dodgers lead the Mets 1-0. On the ground to the first baseman, Davis. The toss to Pelfrey covering for out number 2. With both runners advance. Kemp to third, Loney to second.
Batting 6.
Dodgers with 3 hits in this first inning. They had only 4 hits in their 2-0 win on Thursday. Only 5 base hits last night. So 9 hits over the first 2 games of this series. And 3 here in the first against Pelfrey.
Well, neither team has done much offensively since the All-Star break. The Dodgers have really struggled. Haven't been able to get runners in.
First pitch to Casey Blake. David Wright with the long throw. And Pelfrey gets out of the inning having allowed just the 1 run. Jose says, I couldn't see it. 1-0 Dodgers. Former colleague of ours at Fox. He was part of Fox NFL Sunday for many years.
Yeah, you take it back even further than that. When I first came up, he was getting the sports bites for one of the local radio stations. And we used to do a Dodger recap once a week in the morning. Come a long way since then, hasn't he?
So he was one of those guys sticking the microphone in your face after Dodger games?
Well, no, he'd call in and we'd do a show in the morning recapping the previous night's game. It was pretty funny. There was some interesting, they called them phoners.
Glad you enjoyed it. Carlos Beltran leading off for the Mets here at the top of the second inning. His 9th game back from the disabled list. Ike Davis waiting on deck. Beltran making his 8th start. He has reached base in each of his first 7 starts since returning. Last night after the game, Luis Castillo taped the lineup card up in Carlos Beltran's locker because it was the first game the Mets had won with Beltran in the starting lineup.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch how he impacts this lineup. There's no question about, what he's done in the past.
The 1-2 for Monasterio, missing away, now 2-2.
But for me, the thing that'll be interesting to see is what kind of power he has. And the reason I say that, the legs play so much in a hitter's ability to drive the ball. And while I think he'll be good enough to put the bat on the ball and do things athletically, I'm not so sure he'll drive the ball.
Sends this one into shallow left field, and the catch is made by the veteran Garrett Anderson for out number 1 as we check out our Ford keys to today's game.
Well, for the Mets, you got to turn back the clock, and what I mean by that, that's specific for Mike Pelfrey. Got to throw like he did that first half of the season. And then a day at the Bay. Jason Bay had a nice game yesterday, and hopefully he can get things going for this Met ball club. LA Dodgers, very simple. Where is that offense? The offense has been non-existent since the All-Star break. They've been getting runners on, haven't been able to get them in, and they've been getting some pretty darn good starting pitching, but the offense hasn't been there.
Ball 1 to Ike Davis. Dodger starters over the last 7 games an earned run average of 1.53. Yet they have won just 2 of those 7. Ike Davis hit his 14th home run of the season last night. He's tied for the major league lead among rookies. He's hit 4 in the last 10. There's Vicente Padilla, last night's Dodger starter, who at one point retired 17 consecutive Mets. And Joe Torre, after the game, second-guessed himself regarding his decision to pinch hit for Vicente Padilla at the bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, he ended up taking Padilla out, and then the bullpen came in, gave up 4 runs in the 8th inning. Really, the game got out of hand, out of reach. He's talking today about second guessing himself, and usually you don't hear managers do that. He even did it publicly in the paper. So that was something that gnawed at him. But the thought process was you get him out of the game, the runner gets on, you got first and second. For call, your best hitter up at the plate.
Davis down on strikes. His home run last night came on a 53-mile-per-hour heatless pitch from Padilla.
They're not getting that there. That knows the changeup right there. That again, Monasterios, that's his pitch. If you're a New York Met, you have to know that going into it. When he's going to try to put you away or where he needs to get an out, that's where he'll go.
So with 2 away, here's Jason Day. His struggles at the plate have been well chronicled. Broke out in a big way last night after making some adjustments during an early batting practice session. A bases clearing double in the 8th inning of last night's game. Also made a spectacular catch up against the fence in left field.
Yeah, he really did. Got a mouthful of fence out there, but he hung on to the ball.
Bay with a base hit into left field. So Jason Bay with a couple of hits last night and a 2-out single here in the second inning as we take a look back at his catch last night with Jamie Carroll at the plate.
Well, the interesting thing, watch the Dodger players in the bullpen. They don't even move. They're not even going to help him or anything. Boom. Teeth full of chain link fence right there. Jason Bay does a nice job of hanging on to this thing. Look at no movement. Hung on to the ball. He had to be 10-2 for a sec, but able to get back out there and had a few hits last night.
Here's Rod Barajas with 2 outs and Bay on at first. Jason Bay said after the game when Mets trainer came out, Ray Ramirez, asked him how he felt. He said, "I don't know. Give me a minute."
Well, it takes a while sometimes to collect your thoughts, and initially you may feel, a lot worse than you will eventually feel 5 minutes later. Jason was able to collect his thoughts and then had a big hit in the 8th inning.
Barajas just 1 hit in his last 19 at-bats, on the ground to the shortstop for Call. Gets the 4th at second, and that will do it for the Mets. Middle of the second inning, Dodgers by a run. And a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Welcome back to Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Taco Bell from Dodger Stadium. Kenny Albert, Eric Karros, and Ken Rosenthal. Bottom of the second inning. Dodgers scored a run on 3 hits against Mike Pelfrey in the first, and now Garrett Anderson, number 7 hitter, leads off for the Dodgers and fouls the first pitch off to the left side, 0-1. Garrett Anderson, 6th on the active hits list. His teammate Manny Ramirez on the disabled list, just ahead of him. Derek Jeter of the Yankees with 2 hits today. In a loss to Kansas City, Jeter the active leader. Alex Rodriguez had a hit, but not a home run. A-Rod with 599 career home runs. Anderson with a high drive foul down the right field line. Garrett Anderson back in Southern California. Spent 15 years with the Angels. An Atlanta Brave last season. Struggling at the plate, batting just 186 in 73 games.
Well, he's in a tough position this year. He's not getting the opportunity to play in the outfield. The pinch hitting role is relatively new, although a bit acclimated to it last year in Atlanta, and still learning the league. But even that being said, I don't think anybody anticipated that he'd struggle like he has. I mean, we talk about the batting average. On base percentage is just over 200. Slugging percentage 286.
A three-time All-Star with the Angels. Back to the box. Easy play for Pelfrey. One away. And you look at Mike Pelfrey's recent struggles, and this note provided by the Mets via the Elias Sports Bureau is astounding. Pelfrey is the first National League pitcher, Eric, since 1900 to allow more than 50 base runners while recording fewer than 50 outs over a 4-start span. So more than 50 base runners, less than 50 outs over 4 consecutive starts.
And that's in the Mets notes, huh?
It is.
I hope Mike Pelfrey doesn't read that before the game. Real confidence builder.
Yeah, keep the notes away from Mike. Here's Brad Ausmus, 0-1. Ken Rosenthal.
Kenny, talking with Mets pitching coach Dan Warthen yesterday, he said, hey, Johan Santana, when he slumps, veteran pitcher, he knows he's going to come out of it. Mike Pelfrey, young pitcher, not quite established yet, and there's some doubt there. This, Warthen said, is a big hurdle for Pelfrey. He's going to come out of it. The question is when.
And many people around the Mets organization felt that Pelfrey should have been chosen for the All-Star game in Anaheim a week and a half ago. As we mentioned earlier, start of the year 10-2 as Ausmus flies out to the center fielder Beltran. But over his last 4 starts, has not made it out of the 5th inning. Allowed 40 hits, 21 earned runs in those 4 starts. Also was pushed back a day last week prior to his start on Monday when he flew home to Wichita, Kansas during the All-Star break. Fell asleep on the plane and suffered a bit of a neck and back problem.
Well, and you know, you look at the numbers and try and make sense of them. And, you know, what's gone on in the last few starts, the hits allowed are up, the strikeouts are down, so he's hitting a lot of bats.
Much better second inning for Pelfrey and the Mets as Montesterios grounds out to Castillo. refresh.mlb.com. 1-0 lead for the Dodgers. They scored their run in the first against Mike Pelfrey. So we'll lead things off for the Mets here in the top of the third inning. Pelfrey with 4 hits this season and 33 at-bats. They'll be followed by Reyes and Castillo. Carlos Monasterio has thrown 27 pitches over the first 2 innings. Joe Torre told us that his limit would probably be somewhere around 85 pitches today in his 7th start this season. Monasterio originally signed by the Yankees back in 2004 as an 18-year-old out of Venezuela. Pitched a year and a half in the Yankee system. Traded to the Phillies in a 6-player deal in July of 2006 as Pelfrey flies out to Paul, who makes a nice catch on the run in right center.
Paul gets a good break on it. I don't know necessarily the finish is what a lot of people were looking for as far as being graceful.
Jose Reyes.
You see, he may lose it out there, but not real fluid at that last minute, but still grabs the ball.
So 1 away for Reyes. So Monasterio is part of that 6-player deal. Yankees acquired Bobby Abreu and the late Corey Lytle from the Phillies in July of 2006. Monasterio went the other way. Spent 3.5 years in the Phillies system. He was a Rule 5 pick by the Mets in December. But the Mets had a prearranged deal. They immediately sent Carlos to the Dodgers. So he was a Met for mere seconds this past December. Now starting against the Mets for the first time. Reyes in a slap bunt foul. 1-1. Reyes popped out to the shortstop for Call, his first time up. Mets went 17 innings without scoring a run before they took a first inning lead on the Dodgers last night. They also had a 24-inning scoreless streak earlier during this road trip. They've been shut out 4 times in the last 11 games. Jose Reyes with a 1-out single into left field. Mets' 3rd hit today.
Well, and you think with the Mets ball club, because of the team speed, some of the star players that they have, that offensively they wouldn't go into the funk that they do. But you know, although you're leading the league in stolen bases, I mean, as far as getting on base, you know, they're near the bottom of the National League. Their on base percentage is 14th, and they lead only the Pirates and the Astros. And as they always say, you can't steal first base.
Reyes with 20 steals this year. Castillo takes a call strike, 0-1. Castillo doubled back in the first inning. He was stranded on 3rd.
Well, the one thing about this Mets ball club, you know, that is favorable as far as offensively speaking, they do run. They will put guys in motion. They do not hit into many double plays. I think 2nd as far as fewest ground into double plays.
The 0-1 to Castillo. Monasterio's missing low and away. 1-1. Angel Pagan waiting on deck. Dodgers lead 1-0. Top of the 3rd inning. Mets lead the season series 4-1. They swept the Dodgers at Citi Field and have split the first 2 of this series. Reyes bluffed. Heads back to first.
Would have been a good pitch to run on, an off-speed pitch right there. And I think if you are the Mets, you've got to force the issue as far as testing Brad Ausmus. As you mentioned earlier, his first game back since the first week of April. Nah, I don't care if it's Johnny Bench back there. It's first game back. Show me that you can throw.
Reyes goes, and Castillo. Now down to the shortstop for Carl. Reyes on his way to third. And he is in. Aggressive base running by Jose Reyes. Goes from first to third on a ground out.
Well, it's aggressive base running, but I'm not so sure what the point of it is. Because it turns out, okay, I've got a guy on third, but if Furcal just fakes a throw, he's got Reyes dead in the water. If Loney makes a nice play or gets rid of the ball soon, I should say it would be a great play, he gets Reyes at third. All for what? So now you're standing on third base with 2 outs, at the risk of being out in 2 different arenas. Right here when Furcal maybe holds the ball, or if Loney throws it there and they make a great play. For what? I don't get that. It's better to be at second base with no risk rather than to be at third.
So with 2 outs and Reyes on at third, first pitch to Pagan, low and inside, ball 1.
I understand it's a nice hustle play, but it's not the right play, and it's not as if you were on second base and you rounded third and came home on a ground ball. The only thing that, again, I guess, if the ball gets by the catcher here and somebody scores, but the risk, I'm not so sure is worth the reward.
You think Reyes, in a sense, might be trying to make up for what took place in the bottom of the first in the field when he lost a ground ball in the sun?
Well, I don't know how that equates to making up with not seeing the ball, off the bat. I'm thinking that he's just excited and he's going to make a play, but I don't think it's a thought out. It's a thought out play. I mean, when you weigh all the things, it doesn't make any sense to do.
We'll ask Jerry Manuel his thoughts when we chat with the Mets manager in the middle of the 4th inning. One ball, 1 strike. Pagan flied out to the center fielder Kemp, his first time up. 2 outs, top of the 3rd inning. Now 2-1.
But this is precisely the reason why Jerry Manuel has Angel Pagan hitting third. And the reason for it, he mentioned it to us the other day, is because he is so good with runners in scoring position. This will be the second opportunity today that Pagan has come up with runners in scoring position. Hit the ball well, but wasn't able to produce his first at-bat.
Fastball missing away, now 3-1.
Even more reason why are you trying to get to third base when you've got a guy hitting below. You think I'm belaboring that point at all?
Eric will still be harping on it in the 8th inning, folks. Three balls, 1 strike. David Wright waiting on deck. Dodgers lead by a run, top of the 3rd inning. Look who's appeared in the Dodgers dugout.
Yeah, Manny was out taking batting practice the other day. And eager to get back, but I think the Dodgers will be more cautious just because they don't want to have this be a reoccurring event here these last 2 months of the season.
Off pitch to Pagan, and he strikes out. Guess what? Reyes stranded on third. We'll give you a couple of minutes to think about it with Rafael Furcal leading off for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the third inning against Mike Pelfrey. Rolled out a run on 3 hits in the first, retired the Dodgers in order on 10 pitches in the second. Furcal singled just to the left of Reyes, who did not see it off the bat back in the first inning. Went to third on a throwing error by Pelfrey and then scored on a sacrifice fly. Fastball missing inside, now 2-2.
Well, you notice here, even Pelfrey ahead in the count, he's not going to the off speed, continuing to throw the fastball, and that's been the plan all game long. But go with what has allowed you success. Now, don't try to trick the hitter. Don't try to get fancy or cute. Go to your third or fourth best pitch. So stay with what's made you effective.
Payoff pitch, and Furcal draws a leadoff walk. Leadoff man is on for the Dodgers here in the third. Time now for a DirecTV game break. We take you to Oakland. White Sox and the A's, bottom of the first inning. 2-0 Oakland. Matt Watson with a drive off Freddie Garcia. And Juan Pierre runs it down, the former Dodger, to end the inning. Then at the top of the second, former Matt Ramon Castro with a 2-run homer. Mark Kotsay scores as well. They are tied at 2. White Sox and the A's in Oakland. 2.5 game lead for the Sox in the American League Central. Here in Los Angeles, Dodgers lead the Mets on a Xavier Paul first inning sacrifice fly. Paul at the plate with Furcal on at first base, and he fouls it off. 0-1.
Paul had a nice at bat his first time up with Furcal on, eventually on third base. He was able to drive the ball to the outfield, bring in Furcal. That's one of the advantages, though, of hitting behind a guy like Furcal. You will see a lot of fastballs if Furcal is on base because he's a stolen base threat.
Mike Davis. Reyes covering. Back to first, double play. Mets turn the 3-6-3. Davis, Reyes, back to the rookie Ike Davis.
Well, a nice job by Davis, taking his time, setting his feet, making sure he makes a good, strong throw to Reyes, and then getting back to first base, not letting the pitcher get involved. Real nice play.
So with 2 away, here's Matt Kemp. Singled and was stranded back in the first inning. Kemp, a career .354 average against Mets pitching. Drove in both Dodger runs on Thursday night, including his 17th home run of the season. He's 4 for 7 in this series. Has 4 of the Dodgers' 12 base hits.
Well, he's a guy that got off to a real hot start, following up his Silver Slugger and Gold Glove award last year, and then just ran into a terrible funk. Really struggling, and hitting wasn't there. Had some lapses out in the outfield, but seems to be more comfortable as of late, swinging the bat a bit better. I mean, athletically, this kid is as good as there is in the big leagues. And from a talent standpoint, there's no telling where his talents will eventually take him. The thing that people have to remember is he is still a young player.
Offered a basketball scholarship by the University of Oklahoma. And you referenced his age. In the All-Star game last week, he was the second youngest position player to appear in the game. Only Elvis Andrus of the Texas Rangers was younger among the 39 position players who were used in the All-Star game. Payoff pitch to Kemp, and another base hit, his 5th of this series.
Yeah, he smokes this ball, and you know what? The thing that I liked about what he did there is the way he broke out of the box. This ball up in the zone. Anytime a sinker ball pitcher is up in the zone, that's going to spell trouble for the pitcher. Drives this ball to left center, and from the get-go, Kemp busts out of the box. He's going hard into second, makes a good, strong turnaround second, then thinks better of it, heads back.
So Kemp 2 for 2 today. Now 5 for 8 in this series. Here's James Loney, who singled his first time up. My apologies to Andre Ethier, who's not in the lineup today. He was the second youngest position player in the All-Star game last week.
Shoot, I thought you were going to apologize to me, Kenny. I didn't know where you were going with that. I thought I was the one that was a little messed up. Man, Kemp.
Now Loney with a drive. Right field, warning track. The catch is made by Angel Pagan. So Kemp is stranded on second. Dodgers maintaining their 1-0 lead with 3 innings in the books in Los Angeles. And by Loveza. We move to the 4th inning here at Dodger Stadium. Kenny Albert, Eric Karros, and Ken Rosenthal. Dodgers lead the Mets 1-0. David Wright leading off against Carlos Monasterios. He's thrown 42 pitches over the first 3 innings. Eric spoke earlier about the revolving door Number 5 spot of the Dodgers rotation as Wright lines a base hit into left field just past the diving attempt by Furcal. So the Mets have the leadoff man on for the first time today.
Number 50, center fielder Carlos.
We spoke moments ago with manager Joe Torre. Asked him about Monasterio's performance so far today.
Kenny's keeping it together. I mean, I like the fact that he's moving it around, changing speeds. Great pitch on Pagan. I give Osmus a lot of credit too because he's worked with young pitchers before.
Joe, Hall of Fame weekend. One of the Hall of Famers won't be there this weekend. Yogi Berra. You spoken to him lately or talked to him?
Yeah, Eric, I talked to him this morning. He's still in the hospital in New Jersey. He had a mishap a week ago Friday coming out of his house and then did a little header. And, we're just happy he's feeling well. I know he feels badly about not being able to go to Cooperstown, but, he'll recover, and that's the most important thing.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
All right, guys.
Yogi Berra was not able to attend the old-timers ceremonies at Yankee Stadium last Saturday, and as you mentioned, will not be going up to Cooperstown. But if he's watching, we send our best wishes to Yogi. Speedy recovery. Hall of Fame ceremonies in Cooperstown will take place tomorrow afternoon. Fastball missing high, 1-1 to Beltran with David Wright on at first and nobody out here in the top of the 4th inning.
David Wright also with good speed out at first base. Dodgers have to be aware that he is a threat to run. I don't think he runs in this situation, wants to leave the hole open so Beltran can drive something through that side.
1 ball, 2 strike count. David Wright with 15 steals, one of 4 Mets in double digits this season.
You watch David Wright's eyes, always notorious for trying to pick up a catcher sign. More difficult when a left-handed hitter at the plate. We talk about David Wright trying to peek in. And he's done it. And he's done it effectively, especially when right-handed hitters are up at the plate, but more difficult when a left-handed hitter is up at the plate because the left-handed hitter is blocking his vision and seeing the catcher signs. Brad Osmus, a veteran catcher, aware of that as well. Can also watch the way a catcher sets up, may tell a pitch.
Wright will be awarded second on the balk.
Well, and that's initially you see Wright just completely caught off first base, and you wonder, wow, that was. But obviously the balk move right there. I mean, that wasn't even one you'd say, hey, wait, what did I do? That was almost a little. Let's start to home. Let's step to home. Oh. Now let's go over the first. Get no argument from the Dodger dugout at all.
2-2 to Beltran. Carlos got a piece of it. Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, wearing a microphone for us.
It's a balk! It's a balk!
Yes, it was.
That was a balk. That was an obvious balk.
Fastball missing inside. Full count with Ike Davis waiting on deck. David Wright, a leadoff single. Moved to second on the balk. And now Carlos Beltran, who flied to left his first time up. Awaiting the payoff pitch from Monasterios. Ball 4, so the Mets have runners on first and second with nobody out. And Ike Davis stepping to the plate. We take a look back at his 14th home run of the season on the eephus pitch from Vicente Padilla last night.
Well, he threw him 2 in a row, and that was really the kicker right there. It's an eephus as far as the velocity, just kind of lobs it over. But it's a breaking ball. It's a slow curve ball. Not many guys have had success against that, but as Padilla has thrown it more often, word gets around, and I think Ike Davis was just looking for it.
He was hoping for an eephus pitch from Monasterios back in the second inning. 52 pitches so far. He struck out Davis in the second. Big opportunity here for Ike. First and second, nobody out. With the Mets trailing the Dodgers by a run. Ball 1.
Well, and you're Ike Davis right now. You've got to look for something up in the zone. You're ahead in the count. It's 1-0. Want to stay out of the double play. Really, you look for an area. You don't necessarily need to look for a pitch. Look for a zone. Look for something waist high or above. Keep it off the ground.
Left center. Easy play for Garrett Anderson. One away.
No, I'm not going to say that was the last thing you wanted to do, because the last thing you wanted to do was hit into a double play, but that was probably the second to last thing you wanted to do. Record and out. This ball's up in the zone. Not able to drive it. It was not a productive out. He didn't move any runners over. Now Jason Bay has to get a base hit to drive somebody in.
Could have also hit into a triple play.
It's a great point. All right, you're right. You're right, Kenny.
So I guess it was the third worst. Here's Jason Bay, who's had some productive at-bats the last 2 games. First pitch from Monasterios, missing low and away, ball 1. Bay drove in 3 last night with 1 swing of the bat, single to left. His first time up today. Rod Barajas waiting on deck. Bay did not play on Thursday in the series opener after he went 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts on Wednesday night in Arizona. Right, and Beltran the base runners, and Jason Bay with a base hit into left field. Holding at third is Wright. Second hit of the game, 4th hit the last 2 games for Bay. And the Mets have loaded the bases with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
Jason Bay seeming to take advantage of that off day he had the other day. Ball up in the zone. Bay uses those quick wrists. Rides it into left field.
Rick Honeycutt, Dodgers pitching coach, out for a visit with Monasterios. It was Jason Bay who came to the plate with the bases loaded last night in the 8th inning and cleared the bases with a 3-run double. Chatting with first base coach Regis Shines. Here in the 4th inning today, it will be Rod Barajas with the bases loaded, 1 out. Mets the only team in baseball, Eric, without a grand slam home run. They've given up 8.
Well, I think Rick Honeycutt, he goes to the mound. He tells Monasterios, look, just as Pelfrey in the first inning, you're 1 pitch away from getting out of this thing. You've got a slow runner at the plate. You've got the pitcher on deck. You know the hitter at the plate is going to be anxious. The base is loaded. Let your infield help you out. Get out of here with a double play.
Barajas grounded to short his first time up. 0-1.
Now I know, and Rod Barajas is a guy that's going to let it go every single swing. You know, but if you're Barajas, you're going up there. The pitcher's in trouble. It's a young guy looking for something up in the zone, and you're not trying to. You don't want to try to put 4 runs on the board right here in one swing. What you want to do is make sure you get 1. Greedy is 2. Awful greedy, all 4.
Bases loaded, 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike count. With Barajas at the plate. Popped up to the right side. Into the stands. Now 1-2.
Well, see, now this is where, if I'm Monasterios, I'm letting Brad Ausmus, catcher, a veteran catcher, lead me through the rest of this at bat. Now Ausmus knows he's ahead in the count right now, 1-2. Barajas likes to swing the bat. You go out of the zone, something down, so if he does make contact, you beat it into the ground. Don't want to be up where he can get a sacrifice fly.
Barajas down on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Monasterios. As we take a look back, pitch by pitch.
Well, he starts him off with a breaking ball. Barajas takes a big swing right there. Then you work the corners. He fouls one off. But this is really the pitch that I like the best. The 1-2, you take it out of the zone. You use Barajas' aggressiveness against him. And when I say out of the zone, it's down. Because if he does make contact, a ground ball. If it's up in the zone, he still has a chance to hit a sac fly.
Fastball comes way inside to Pelfrey with the bases loaded. Ball 1.
Yeah, that's one right there where you almost, would hope that Pelfrey kind of leaned into that a little bit, take it off the shirt sleeve.
Almost. Pelfrey flied out to the right fielder, Paul, in the 3rd inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs, with the Dodgers leading by a run.
Well, Pelfrey, a big man, and right now the Dodgers showing that they want to go inside, not let him get any kind of extension. Just throwing 2 fastballs in on the hands. Goes away. That's a nice pitch.
Two, missing high and tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Pelfrey doing a nice job of battling and fouling off that pitch.
23 pitches here in the 4th inning thrown by Monasterios. Mets have loaded the bases on a couple of singles and a walk. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Right back to the box. Monasterios, Maloney, and the Mets strand 3 in the 4th. When we come back, we'll chat with Mets skipper Jerry Manuel. to end the Mets' threat. And the top of the fourth inning, now facing second baseman Blake DeWitt, who grounded out to Ike Davis his first time up. Dodgers scored their run in the first inning. Rafael Furcal with a ground ball just to the left of the shortstop, Jose Reyes, who did not see it coming. Furcal then went to third on a throwing error committed by Pelfrey, scored on a sacrifice fly. That is accounted for the only run, and now a base hit past Davis down the right field line. Extra bases for Blake DeWitt. Ball is finally retrieved by Pagan, and DeWitt is in at third with a stand-up triple, leading things off for the Dodgers here in the fourth.
That ball just pulled down the line, and usually what happens at Dodger Stadium, when it gets in the corner, it'll kind of wrap around and come out. You see Pagan waiting for it to come out. It must have hit something down there because it doesn't squirt out. Blake DeWitt hustling the entire time. Larry Bowen, the third base coach, waving him all the way because it doesn't come out. Pagan, nothing to do but get it in. But Blake DeWitt making it all the way to third base.
His fourth triple of the season. Here's Casey Blake, grounded out to the third baseman right, his first time up. To Blake, Pelfrey missing inside. Pelfrey and Blake from the same alma mater, Wichita State. Blake 1 for 3 lifetime against Mike Pelfrey. 1-2. Good looking fastball.
Yeah, it really was. And this is the interesting part where you're 1-2. In his last couple of starts, Pelfrey would start messing around with the off-speed pitch. The head right here, throwing 94 miles an hour. You've got good movement. Got to stay with that fastball.
Blake fouls it off to the right side. Count remains 1-2.
Goes right after him there. Good location on that pitch. You know, Pelfrey's got a good enough arm where where he can rely on that fastball. And again, it's like I said earlier. I mean, sometimes pitchers give hitters way too much credit.
Fastball missing away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's got him 2-2 right now, and I'm thinking probably a fastball in on the hands here. Goes with an off-speed pitch. Now, see, that's back-to-back off-speed pitches right now. Again, I think that's the pattern that the Mets want him to stay away from. It'd be one thing about, if you throw fastballs and you're straight as an arrow, then you have to mix in other pitches. But again, because of the movement he has, you can throw more fastballs than somebody that's just straight. I mean, there it is. The fastball right there, but the movement that thing has on it. It is so darn tough for a hitter, even if you know a fastball's coming. I mean, watch where that ball starts on the inner half of the plate and then ducks out. It almost hits Casey Blake in the back of the knee. They're talking that, hey, why mess around with those 2 off-speed pitches?
First strikeout for Pelfrey. We spoke moments ago with Jerry Manuel. We asked him about Jose Reyes not seeing that ground ball in the first inning and then going from first to third on a ground out in the third.
Well, the first inning he didn't see the ball. It was a ground ball. Looked like it hit right at him, and
from guys that have been here in their experiences is very difficult to see at times. So that was the issue there. Going from first to third, don't necessarily like it because it's the first or third out at third, but I like the energy that he brings, and I think that's something that has been lacking a little bit from us. We haven't had a chance to do our thing on the base as much, but he'd like for you to really be safe on that play, which he was.
Jerry, Hall of Fame weekend, one of your former teammates going in, Andre Dawson. Any thoughts?
Much congratulations for him. I mean, War number 10, I think he waited 10 years to get in, and I look forward to his acceptance speech tomorrow.
Jason Bay, I know it's only a small sample, but made a slight adjustment during early BP yesterday. 2 hits last night, 2 more today.
Yeah, that's big for us. We need Jason to get it going, and I think the big thing is that we feel like we'll have some men out there on base, and hopefully he can start driving in some big runs for us, which is what he did last night. So that's big for us.
Okay, thanks, Jerry.
All right, guys.
Jerry Manuel and Andre Dawson, teammates with the Montreal Expos, and the Hawk will be inducted wearing an Expos cap during the ceremonies in Cooperstown tomorrow. Mets intentionally walked Garrett Anderson. Dodgers now have runners on first and third with 1 out. James McDonald up and throwing in the Dodgers pen, with Brad Ausmus at the plate. Fly to center his first time up. Carlos Monasterios has come out into the on-deck circle.
Interesting move. I understand trying to play for the double play, but Garrett Anderson again really struggling this year, not hitting the ball well at all. Brad Ausmus, I know, coming off the disabled list, but hit a shot to center field his first at bat.
Ausmus with a base hit up the middle. DeWitt scores from third. Anderson moves to second. The Dodgers extend their lead. It's now 2-0. First run batted into the season for Brad Ausmus, playing in only his second game.
Well, I just think that Brad Ausmus knows what he's trying to do with the bat. I mean, I'm not saying that Brad Ausmus is a great hitter or anything like that, but he did induce the ground ball. It goes up the middle. That'll be the argument. Well, we got the ground ball, but again, I'm not so sure that I wouldn't have played against Garrett Anderson.
And the first baseman Davis creeping in as Monasterios lays down the bunt. Pelfrey looked towards third. High throw to first. Castillo comes down with it. Moving to third is Anderson. And to second, Ausmus.
Well, you see, Pelfrey wants to go to third base, but makes the right move in going to first base. Castillo making the play. Now, the problem is, if you don't get him at third, then you're just opening up a whole can of worms. Right now, it's a 2-0 ball game. You're still right there. But you don't want to let this thing get out of hand. All right, now, if you're talking about walking anybody, I got to walk for a call here. No questions asked. And if I'm going to walk Garrett Anderson, I'm going to definitely now see. Yeah, I'm not so sure I understand this. Got first base open. You've got the best hitter in the National League at the plate. A guy that hits .364 with runners in scoring position.
It's too bad we've already spoken with Jerry.
I'm just
too early.
I mean, there's reasons for everything, and I'm sure he's got good reasons for doing what he does. No question about it. Just I'm looking at this, and I've got to walk for call.
Bounce to first. Davis backpedaling. Pelfrey covering, and for call is retired. But the Dodgers add to their lead. It's now 2-0 Los Angeles through 4. Carlos Monasterios in his 7th start this season. Facing the top of the Mets order here in the 5th with Jose Reyes leading off. And he takes a called strike, 0-1. Reyes 1 for 2. Singled in the 3rd. Went first to 3rd on a ground out. Gary Manuel agreed with you, Eric, that perhaps Jose should have stopped at 2nd. Although he likes the energy that he brings.
Well, again, just because things work out, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the right play. And, over the course of 162 games, if you don't play smart baseball, it's going to catch up to you. Sometimes you'll get away with something, but I also understand the energy deal and trying to spark.
Bounce to the right side. Easy play for Loney, 1 away. We take you back to our Mercedes-Benz trivia question. Who was the only player to hit 4 or more home runs in 2 separate World Series? It was Duke Snider. He did it for the Dodgers, the Brooklyn Dodgers, back in 1952 and 1955. An 18-year Major League career, 407 career home runs, a 2-time world champion, 8-time All-Star, inducted into the Hall of Fame 30 years ago in 1980. And that 1955 Dodgers squad was honored here at Dodger Stadium last night.
Yeah, Don Newcomb, star pitcher and the only man to win the Rookie of the Year, Cy Young Award, and MVP. He's on hand to throw out the first pitch. Got a chance to say hi to him. He's entertaining some guests before the game. The best dressed.
Absolutely.
There he is. Still a big man out there. Boom.
Again, it's Loney. 2 away. And we are told by our producer, Larry Lancaster, that Duke Snider is tuning into the telecast today in Fallbrook, California.
I mean, look at those numbers. The 126 runs, 136 RBIs. I mean, he was really the staple of that franchise. He controlled center field. And just think, if you were a kid in New York, you had Duke Snider for the Dodgers, Willie Mays for the Giants, and Mickey Mantle for the Yankees, all in the outfield. Wow.
Angel Pagan 0 for 2. We had Willie, Mickey, and the Duke all in center field. And tomorrow in Cooperstown, the song center field, John Fogerty, as we take another look at Duke. It'll be the first time the Hall of Fame will immortalize a musician or a song during the induction ceremony. And John Fogerty will perform the song center field just before the class of 2010 is inducted. So how appropriate that we discuss Willie, Mickey, and the Duke here today.
Can you sing me that verse of the song where they say Willie, Mickey, and the Duke? You know that verse?
Here's my iPod. Pagan loses his bat. Winds up in the second or third row. A 2-out single. Looks like everybody's okay.
Yeah, the bat just breaks at the handle. You see Pagan still got the handle of the bat in his own hands. The rest of the bat goes into the first couple rows of the crowd, and everybody seems to be okay. Just some negotiating going on. Hey, we can give that part of the bat back. Can we get a signature or a ball? Or
hear about the negotiation in the Bronx earlier this week? Colin Curtis of the Yankees hit his first Major League home run. after he came in to pinch hit for Brett Gardner, who was ejected with 2 strikes during his at-bat. Curtis homers. Yankees retrieve the ball. And Colin Curtis, who had just hit his first home run during the game, had to ask Derek Jeter and A-Rod for autographs.
That's a smart fan out there.
In exchange for the baseball. Pagan goes. Here's the throw from Ausmus. And Angel Pagan has his 21st stolen base of the season.
Well, that's what I figured would happen today as far as just testing Brad Ausmus. He hasn't been back there since the first week of April. The Mets run as well as any team. Pagan gets a great jump, goes in head first. And that's just part of his game that's solidified him as an everyday player and made him a real star this year. You see Russell Martin, Dodger catcher, threw out a couple guys the other night. Last night, if it weren't for a drop ball by Blake DeWitt, would have had another Met runner.
Nice play by Casey Blake. Throws out David Wright to end the inning. Mets just 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position today. They trail by 2. Think outside the bun. Bottom of the 5th inning on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Los Angeles. We take a look at our Verizon game summary. Dodgers with runs in the 1st and 4th innings off Mike Pelfrey. And the Dodgers starting pitchers have allowed only 1 earned run over the last 29 innings. Xavier Paul leading off for the Dodgers here in the 5th. Remember, Pelfrey has not made it out of the 5th inning in any of his last 4 starts. He's allowed 2 runs on 6 base hits today. Paul drove in the Dodgers' first run with a sacrifice fly in the 1st inning. 66 pitches so far for Pelfrey. And Paul grounded into a double play his 2nd time up.
Well, I think if you're a Mets fan, you have to like the way that Pelfrey has thrown today. He's made some adjustments. He's got some big outs when he's needed to. And, you know, he's really been knocked down by some bad luck. You see James McDonald warming up in the Dodger bullpen. In fact, last week, he had the start. Did not fare very well against the Giants. And Joe Torre felt that he was more valuable in the bullpen. Monasterios getting the start today.
And Monasterios has thrown 80 pitches so far. Joe Torre told us he wanted to limit him to somewhere around 85. 2-2 to Paul. Pelfrey missing inside, full count. Monasterios is not allowed to run on 6 hits through 5 innings. Although the Mets have had at least one base runner in every inning. They loaded the bases in the 4th.
Yeah, the kicker was that 4th inning when they loaded the bases, had 1 out. Barajas comes up, and Monasterios is able to induce a strikeout and gets Pelfrey. The Mets have had their opportunity. There's no question about it today.
Dodgers scored a run in the 1st on a Paul sacrifice fly. Added a run in the 4th on a Brad Ausmus single up the middle, scoring Blake DeWitt, who led off the inning with a triple to right field. 2-0 Dodgers. Bottom of the 5th inning.
Paul getting his rips up there. Fouled off a number of balls in all of his at-bats today. Hit the first one well.
He has seen 8 pitches during this at-bat so far.
Well, here you come with a fastball.
Another foul.
But I know it's 3-2. It's not a time to try to trick somebody. You maybe get away with an off-speed pitch, but again, what you want Pelfrey to do coming into today is to rely on the fastball, rely on that movement. See, I'm not really so sure why you go to that. You go to the off speed right there. Again, if it's a straight fastball, I understand mixing things up, but that fastball has so much life on it, so much movement, that really it's just about locating the pitch.
Paul has fouled off 5 in a row.
They come inside with a fastball here.
Pitch number 11. And Paul pops it into left center. Jason Bay makes the catch for out number 1. Well, the trade deadline coming up a week from today, which means that Ken Rosenthal will average about 2 hours per sleep over the next week. Is that right, Ken?
That is about right, Ken. And one thing with the Dodgers right now, their big target, Roy Oswalt, and it's not going all that well. They would love a number 1 starter to put ahead of Clayton Kershaw and Chad Billingsley. But what the Astros are asking for are major league players as well as prospects. We're talking about major league position players, somebody like Kemp or Loney. The Dodgers aren't even going to want to go there, and that's before they would even have a conversation about money, which of course is an issue in itself.
Eric, what was it like in the clubhouse as a player in the weeks and days leading up to the break?
Well, I think people were always very aware of what was going on. If you were in the pennant race, you were hoping that your team would acquire somebody. If you were out of it, you were thinking, man, I don't want to be that guy that gets traded. Or in some cases, you did want to be the guy that gets traded. But the players are very cognizant of what's going on. There's no question about it. Like I said, if you're a team that's in contention with both these teams, the Mets and Dodgers, you want something to happen.
Kemp lines out to the second baseman, Castillo. And these days, I wonder how many of these players are following Ken Rosenthal on Twitter.
Well, I'm telling you, I mean, you joke about it, but with the information the way it is and how readily accessible it is, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody right now that just, heard what Kenny said and was talking about it on the bench. They probably heard it in the clubhouse. Somebody comes out. But I think for the Dodgers or the Mets, I mean, neither one of these teams can really weaken themselves at the big league level at the expense of picking somebody up.
Eric, 1.2. The Dodgers have made several trades after August 1st, in the waiver period over the past several years. You remember last year, they didn't do much in July, but in August, they got Tomey, they got Belliard, Padilla, and Garland. And if the market before the non-waiver deadline is not to their liking, they might simply wait. Many of the starting pitchers who are available will clear waivers. I'm not talking about Oswalt or Herron. I'm talking about some of the lesser ones.
Yeah, and I think Kenny makes a great point right there, and that you can still do deals after the trading deadline, but the magnitude of player, not the same guy.
Players must clear waivers first. The 1-2-3 fifth for Mike Pelfrey. 2-0 Dodgers. Well, Carlos Monasterio, the Dodgers starter, did not allow a run over 5 innings through 80 pitches. And he will be replaced here in the 6th by 25-year-old right-hander James McDonald, who was recalled on Monday. Started a game against San Francisco that night. Pitched a third of an inning out of the bullpen against the Mets last night. And he will face Carlos Beltran, Ike Davis, and Jason Bay here in the 6th. Mets have had their chances. They've had at least one base runner in every inning so far. They have stranded 7. They loaded the bases in the 4th inning but could not score. Beltran reaches out and flies out to the center fielder Matt Kemp for out number 1.
Number 29, first baseman, Ike Davis.
Mets playing the 10th of an 11-game road trip following the All-Star break. They are just 2-7. And they've done most of their damage in the later innings during this stretch. They've been shut out 3 times since the break. Just 8 for 54 since the All-Star break with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, I think, though, that a couple of these guys on the Mets were very aware of this road trip about a month and a half, 2 months ago. And I say that, after the break, wow.
Drive by Ike Davis. Deep center field. It's off the wall. Retrieved by Kemp. And Davis slides in with a 1-out double.
And that ball is just smoked. It's up in the zone right there, and he just hits the heck out of it. He almost looks like it's going to go through the wall. Matt Kemp does a nice job of playing it off the center field wall and gets that ball in. But getting back to that graphic that had the lack of runs scored for the Mets, you have your All-Star break, so you're off a few days, and then you come back and you're going to go to San Francisco, Arizona, L.A. You're facing the likes of a Lincecum, a Kane, Sanchez. You got to go down in Arizona, Heron. You come here, you get Padilla, Kuroda. You're going to get Kershaw tomorrow. Man, I don't care. That's just tough. Just absolutely tough.
Mets looking to win back-to-back games for the first time in over a month. Jason Bay with a couple of hits today, 2 hits last night. Ken Rosenthal, what have you heard about the adjustments he's made?
Well, Kenny, he has made a pretty significant adjustment. If you watch him at bat, he's got the bat on his shoulder just before he gets ready to hit. Now, that is a significant difference from where he was a couple of weeks ago. He says it helps him with his timing, helps get his hands and feet working together. Here's the difference right there. And hey, for Bay, here's a guy who was really struggling. He's batting 7th after signing a 4-year, $66 million contract. Eric, he needed to do something.
Well, you're exactly right. If you think it works, that's half the battle. If you just think that, hey, look, that's a problem and I can just put the bat on my shoulder. I mean, I don't know if you remember watching Cal Ripken, but this guy, Hall of Famer, but it seemed like he'd have a new stance every year. I mean, and it wouldn't just be a subtle change. It'd be something drastic. And again, this is just, if Jason Bay thinks that this works, then, you've got to go with it.
He's on base for the 3rd time today. Mets with runners on 1st and 2nd, only 1 out. Jason Bay, 36 home runs for the Red Sox last year. Only 6 this year, 1 extra base hit in his last 13 games. So the Mets threatening against McDonald. There's Jack Taschner up and throwing in the Dodgers pen. 1st and 2nd, 1 out for Barajas. Struck out with the bases loaded his last time up. Chris Carter has come out into the on-deck circle with Pelfrey due up next. Rod Barajas grew up about 40 miles east of Dodger Stadium. 6 children in the Barajas household. There's Carter. That pitch behind Barajas. 2-0.
Curveball just slips out of McDonald's hand.
Here comes Rick Honeycutt. Raul Valdez in the Mets bullpen.
Now you see the Mets today just been futile with runners in scoring position, 1 for 8, and it hasn't transpired into any runs. But during the course of the season, a very good 267.
You saw Pelfrey, who did complete 5 innings today. He's allowed 2 runs on 6 base hits, but his spot due up next with the Mets threatening. Davis on 2nd, Bay over at 1st. Two-0 from McDonald. Fastball in for a called strike. Now 2-1. Barajas looking to break out of a slump. He's just 1 for his last 21. Barajas got off to a tremendous start for the Mets. And he sends this one into the gap in left center. Rounding third is Davis. He will score. Day holds at third. And Rod Barajas finally puts the Mets on the board. His 34th run batted into the season. It's now 2-1 Dodgers.
Well, good job of hitting this time by Barajas. McDonald just leaves one right down the middle of the plate. Drives it into left center here.
Your attention, please, for New York. Batting for Mike Pelfrey, number 23, Chris Carter.
Jason Bay doing a good job of running, and he's ready to go. You see Barajas with the big turn over there, and he can be out there because there's nobody at first base. So why not stand out there and see if he can sneak out the second?
Joe Torre out to the mound. That will be all for James McDonald. Announced as a pinch hitter. Joe Torre brings in the veteran left-hander Jack Tashner, and now Jeff Francoeur will pinch hit for Chris Carter. Runners on first and third, 1 out, and Francoeur drives the first pitch foul. 0-1. He had been the Mets starting right fielder, leads the National League with 9 outfield assists this season, but his playing time has dwindled since the return of Beltran, with Pagan moving over to right. And Francoeur has actually been the subject of trade rumors over the last week. He struggled at the plate, just 5 for his last 40. As he takes low and away, ball 1.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if the Mets do move him, because I think he's more of a, now an insurance policy. I don't think you can really afford to move him.
I agree.
Not good for his career at this point, but somebody goes down, you've got an everyday guy ready to go out there.
Especially with Beltran's recent injury problems. Played only 81 games last year and just returned this year following the All-Star break. Ken Rosenthal has more on Francoeur, who has become the odd man out in New York.
Well, guys, if you look at it, Francoeur hits lefties better than Pagan does, so a rotation would make sense, and that was the original plan. But they are trying to move him, and it's not that easy to do, given that he's making $5 million and has a career on-base percentage of .310.
Mets acquired Francoeur just over a year ago from the Atlanta Braves. He is pinch hitting with 2 on, 1 out. Here in the top of the 6th inning, and the Dodgers leading by a run. Batting .316 against left-handed pitchers this year. Jose Reyes waiting on deck. Jason Bay, the runner, on third. Rob Barajas over at first. Carlos Monasterios, the Dodgers starter, did not allow a run over 5 innings.
Well, Francoeur doing a nice job of fouling off some tough pitches. Travis Schlichting warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Dodgers playing pretty much straight away.
Two to Francoeur, to trip foul. Back behind third.
You know, the tough part about the situation that Francoeur is in right now is when he does get an opportunity is not to try to, you know, hit 5 home runs in 1 at bat or, you know, hit the ball 10,000 miles. You know, he's just got to go up there and, you know, pretend like, hey, look, at all I'm trying to do is move a runner over or get a base hit. Because when you're not playing, you try to impress, you try to get a week's worth of numbers in one game. And you know, I think the mental approach is going to be the most difficult thing that he has to deal with.
Cashner quickly off the mound. The flip to Ausmus, but Bay heads back to third. So the Mets have loaded the bases here in the 6th.
You see Tashner coming in. He doesn't know where the runners are. He thinks that Bay is continuing home. Now Bay does a nice job. He's coming off. He's going to go, but when he realizes that he'd be dead in the water at home, he holds up. Tashner, once he doesn't field it cleanly, probably wouldn't have even had a play at first anyhow. Francoeur runs relatively well.
Ray Ramirez, Mets trainer, and Jerry Manuel heading out for a chat with Rob Barajas at second base.
I think he's taken himself out of the game. Felt something running. Well, you see, he feels something in his side, in his left hip, right when he comes out.
Your attention, please.
You know, I don't know if it's a hip or if it's one of those intercostal from swinging, but whatever it is, not able to continue.
So Henry Blanco, one of 3 catchers on the Mets roster, will pinch run for Barajas. With the bases loaded, only 1 out. 4 consecutive Mets have reached base in this inning. And now it's Jose Reyes with the bases loaded. Mets loaded the bases in the 4th and could not score. First pitch from Tashner, and Reyes pops it foul off to the right side, 0-1. Bay, the runner on third. The pinch runner Blanco on at second, and Francoeur over at first. Francoeur reached on a fielder's choice. And now a big opportunity for Jose Reyes.
And all he's trying to do is make some sort of contact. Even on the ground, he probably won't be doubled up.
Luis Castillo on deck. Mets have stranded 7 runners over the first 5 innings. They've loaded the bases for the second time today. From Tashner and a base hit into left field. Base scores. Blanco holds at third. It's an RBI single for Jose Reyes, who drives in his 35th run of the year. And the Mets have tied this game at 2.
Well, good job by Jose Reyes. Not trying to do too much, just trying to make contact. This ball down in the zone. He hits a ground ball. But again, you're not trying to get too greedy right there. Just try to get the runners in. See the Mets moving up.
Second hit of the game for Reyes. Ausmus out for a visit with Tashner.
See Rick Honeycutt talking to Joe Torre, and Joe's going to make a move.
There's Slichting in the Dodgers bullpen. He will be the 3rd pitcher of the inning. Still only 1 out. Tigers battle the Red Sox, Dodgers, and the Giants in San Francisco. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, returns next week at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. Check local listings for the game in your area. Luis Castillo on the first pitch. 4-6-3 double play. So the Mets tie the score, but on one pitch, Slichting gets out of the inning.
It's short. He barehands it here because he's got the speedy Castillo, and because he barehands it, able to get it just in time, gets a Dodger out of the inning.
Mets scored 2 in the inning on 3 hits. Raul Valdez, the left-hander, on in relief of Mike Pelfrey. That starter went 5 innings, allowing 2 runs on 6 hits. Pinch hit 4 in the top of the 6th inning. Blake DeWitt at the plate, tripled and scored. The Dodgers' second run his last time up. Kenley Jansen up and throwing in the Dodgers' pen. Called up yesterday, has never pitched in the major leagues. In fact, never pitched anywhere until last season. He was a catcher.
A strong arm catcher.
DeWitt with a bloop. It's a shallow right center, and it drops in for his second hit of the game. Elmer descends on the left, and Oliver Perez on the right. Back with the Mets, following a rehab stint with AAA Buffalo.
But he mentioned Pelfrey and Monasterios earlier. Both starters have done well. The Dodger bullpen faltered a bit last inning, and now we find out what the Mets bullpen has to offer.
Here's Casey Blake, 0 for 2, struck out his last time up. A drive to deep left field. Catch is made by Jason Bay for out number 1.
Number 9.
Pick a stat, pick a player, build your baseball hot streak. Correctly pick 10 straight. Win a Fox Sports baseball cap. For the month of July, 20 is the most wins held by 2 players. The person with the most wins every month gets $500 cash. Get your streak started today at foxsports.com/fantasy. Here's Garrett Anderson with DeWitt on at first and 1 out. Anderson intentionally walked his last time up, and then Ausmus singled in DeWitt with the Dodgers' second run. Dodgers and Mets tied at 2, bottom of the 6th inning from Dodger Stadium. Mets scoring 2 against the Dodgers bullpen in the top of the 6th inning. Raul Valdez making his 25th appearance out of the Mets pen. Go to Anderson, missing low and away, now 1 and 2. Brad Ausmus waiting on deck. Runner goes, throw from Blanco is in time. The tag applied by Reyes.
Well, Henry Blanco, one of the best defensive catchers in the game. Quick release, throw right down there, and just ahead of Blake DeWitt.
Henry Blanco replaced Rod Barajas during the last half inning when Barajas injured himself on the base path. Blanco originally signed by the Dodgers back in 1989 as an 18-year-old.
Yep, out of Venezuela. Moved him to third base. And after Piazza left, moved him back to catcher.
Garrett Anderson grounds out to the second baseman Castillo. 2-2 through 6. We'll return to Los Angeles after these messages from your local Fox station. right-hander Kenley Jansen, who was called up from Double-A yesterday by the Dodgers, a native of Curacao. He was a catcher and was converted last season by the Dodgers. He was a member of the Netherlands squad in the 2009 World Baseball Classic as a catcher. And he gives a lot of credit to Charlie Huff and Danny Darwin, pitching coaches in the Dodgers minor league system, for all the work they have done with him over the past year. And he will face the heart of the Mets order: Angel Pagan, David Wright, and Carlos Beltran. You asked Joe Torre before the game if he would be comfortable using Jansen in a one-run game or a two-run game. How about a tie game?
Yeah, I didn't ask that, did I? And you know what he also mentioned, though, was that he wanted to use him to start an inning, not bring him in a situation that may have had some trouble.
He's been in the Dodgers system since 2005. Just 2 years ago, in 2008, he was selected to the Midwest League All-Star Game as a catcher. And he strikes out Pagan. First hitter he's faced in the major leagues on 3 pitches.
And that last one registered 99 miles an hour, and that's up around the numbers. Not going to catch up to that.
Third baseman, David Wright.
Let's see what Jansen can do for an encore facing David Wright. The 5th Dodgers pitcher in this game, the starter Montesterios, did not allow a run in 5 innings. Joe Torre used 3 pitchers in the 6th. And how about Schlichting? 1 pitch, 2 outs.
That's efficient. That is efficient.
As we continue to sing the praises of young Kenley Jansen, we send it downstairs to Ken Rosenthal. Ken?
Kenny, it was just over a year ago when Dodgers executive Deshaun Watson approached Jansen and said, listen, we want you to be a pitcher. Jansen told me this morning he was like, no way. But Watson said, trust me, you can do this. And Dodgers pitching coach Rick Honeycutt told me yesterday that in a recent outing at Double-A, Jansen was throwing 102 miles per hour from the stretch.
In what language did he tell you no way? He speaks 4 languages.
Well, you know, this isn't unprecedented either in the Dodger organization. 10, 15 years ago, Felix Rodriguez, a catcher in the Dodger organization, couldn't hit a lick, but a very live arm.
2-2, and Wright is down on strikes.
Well, doing nothing to disappoint. Just pumping fastballs in there. 8 pitches so far, 5 swing and misses. But getting back, Felix Rodriguez, live arm, couldn't hit a lick. We go up spring training, we play an exhibition game in Toronto. Tommy takes him with us and says, heck, you know what? You can't hit, let's just see if you could pitch. Goes out there on the mound and throws well and goes on to have a 10-year career in the big leagues as a fine setup guy for many a team.
Fastball missing high to Beltran, who is 0 for 2 with a walk. Kenley Jansen, in his major league debut, has struck out Angel Pagan and David Wright here in the top of the 7th inning in a 2-2 game. Beltran heads over for a new bat.
Well, as a hitter right now, and when you haven't faced a guy like this, and you also really have no information, no scouting reports, you got to go up there and you just say, look, I'm looking for a fastball. I'm going to get it going right here. I may look foolish, but it's really the only chance you have as a hitter.
Beltran pops it up. In foul territory, it's out of play. So the count now, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know, there's no setting him up. There's no looking for a certain pitch in a certain spot. There's none of that. Trying to stay out of the sun there. See General Manager Ned Colletti not on the phone, but I'm sure waiting for a number of phone calls. I'm sure he's let everybody out there know that the Dodgers are interested.
On the ground to the shortstop for Call. Low throw. Scooped up by Loney. Can't start a major league career much better than that. 7th inning stretch time in Los Angeles. Help eliminate odor. Don't just cover it up. And by Gatorade, a proud sponsor of Major League Baseball, introducing the G Series. Gatorade has evolved. 2-2 game, middle of the 7th inning. As we take a look back at the career of the Hawk, Andre Dawson will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown tomorrow. An 8-time Gold Glove Award winner, 8-time National League All-Star, and the league MVP in 1987.
Yeah, what an athlete. Part of those Montreal Ball Club back in the day with Warren Cromartie and Ellis Valentine, then moving on to the Cubs. And, you know, that story of him going to Chicago and just saying, hey, look, pay me whatever you want to pay me, and going out and having a monster year.
Gave the Cubs a blank contract. They filled in $500,000. Whitey Herzog will be inducted tomorrow as well. Won 6 division titles, 3 National League pennants, including the 82 World Series with the Cardinals. In fact, he was replaced in St. Louis by Joe Torre as Cardinals manager in 1990. And Doug Harvey, National League umpire from 1962 through 92. Worked over 4,600 games, including the 1988 World Series.
And he rung me up my first at-bat in the big leagues.
Wow.
On the cheap quote. And I also played the last game that Doug Harvey ever did. It was Dodgers-Astros at the end of the year. And the game was well under 2 hours. And let me tell you, That strike zone that Mr. Harvey had that day. Woo!
So run you up in your first at bat.
Yep.
He worked his first ever game right here at Dodger Stadium, April 1962. Manny Acosta up and throwing in the Mets pen. Doug Harvey will be the 9th umpire inducted into the Hall of Fame. He will be the only living Hall of Fame umpire. Our congratulations go out as well to Bill Madden, the longtime columnist with the New York Daily News, winner of the J.G. Taylor Spink Award for 2010. And the Ford Frick Award winner, one of the best play-by-play announcers in all of baseball, John Miller, who will be inducted tomorrow as well.
Well deserved.
We are working out of the booth, usually occupied by the great Vince Scully. He won the Ford Frick Award back in 1982. The year that Hank Aaron and Frank Robinson were inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. To Ausmus, and the Dodgers catcher is down on strikes. First strikeout for Valdez. So with one away, Dodgers will send up a pinch hitter, Ronnie Belliard, to bat for the pitcher, Jansen.
Well, Belliard hasn't had the season that he did last year, at least that last month and a half he had with the Dodgers. He just couldn't get him out. Ended up taking the second base job from Orlando Hudson. But the Dodgers are hoping he gets hot, just like he did last year at the end of the season.
Belliard just 5 for 30 as a pinch hitter. Born in New York, born in the Bronx. Now in his 13th Major League season. With one out, bottom of the 7th inning in a 2-2 game. Pinch hitting for Kenley Jansen, who retired the Mets in order. In the top half of the inning in his Major League debut. Striking out Pagan and Wright. And then Beltran grounded out for the final out of the inning.
Well, I think when you talk about this Dodger ball club right now and where they're most vulnerable, it's in that bullpen. Jansen can come solidify that and be a bridge to Quo and then get it to Broxton. You don't need to go out and make a move.
Valdez missing inside, 2-2. Rafael Furcal waiting on deck. Dodgers and Mets tied at 2. Bottom of the 7th inning in the 3rd of a 4-game series. Dodgers won 2-0 on Thursday night. Mets a 6-1 victory last night. Belliard down on strike. Second consecutive strikeout for Raul Valdez.
Number 15, shortstop, Rafael Furcal.
So with 2 away, MLB is proud to support Stand Up to Cancer. Visit standuptocancer.org to learn how you can help us in the fight against cancer. Here is Furcal, who has reached base twice, scored the Dodgers' first run back in the 1st inning. And the first pitch from Valdez misses inside. Ball 1. Furcal led the National League in hitting coming into this game. The Dodger has not won the batting title since Tommy Davis back in 1963. Call thrown out by Reyes. So he is now 1 for 3 today. 7 innings in the books. We remain tied at 2. All-star Hong-Chi Kuo. It's a pitch for the Dodgers here in the top of the 8th inning in a 2-2 game. His 30th appearance. Ike Davis will lead off for the Mets, a left-handed hitter. Lefties this season against Kuo are 0 for 33.
Is that good? That's good if you're Kuo. You just figure he's going to give up a hit at some point. But he has been absolutely filthy. And this is a guy that has gone through 2 Tommy John surgeries. I mean, he was part of the Dodger organization when I was still playing.
It wasn't that long ago.
That was a long time ago.
Kuo earned the save on Thursday night. Jonathan Broxton was unavailable due to a bout with food poisoning. He is good to go. But here in the 8th inning, it is Kuo to face Ike Davis, Jason Bay, and Henry Blanco. Mets scored 2 runs in the 6th to tie this game at 2. Davis pops it up. Coming on is the third baseman, Casey Blake. Lefties are now 0 for 34 against Kuo, who did some work as a roving reporter the day before the All-Star game.
We're gonna ask some questions about Dodgers players.
I feel good. How about you?
I feel good, Fuki. Fuki, what do you think about my changeup?
You never throw change. What do you think about change? I like your fastball.
You like my fastball?
Yeah.
Thank you, Fuki.
You're welcome.
Nice job by Hong-Chi interviewing teammates during the All-Star media gathering in Anaheim.
Yeah, he's really a good guy. Got a real personality. A lot of people don't get to see it. But a lot of fun in the clubhouse. You know, and to think what he's had to go through, the perseverance, you know, coming over from another country, first of all, then to have the setbacks that he's had with the 2 Tommy Johns. It tells you a lot about his character.
Bobby Parnell up in the Mets play. Kuo, the first player from Taiwan to make an All-Star roster. The 2-1 to Jason Bay. Now 2-2. Bay has reached base in all 3 plate appearances today. 2 hits and a walk. Scored the Mets' second run. Henry Blanco waiting on deck. 1 out, top of the 8th inning in a 2-2 game. Fastball from Kuo missing inside. The count is full.
And the only thing with Kuo so far has been, you know, the Dodgers refuse to use him. You know, back-to-back games. They want to give him a rest just because of the arm history. And that puts a strain on the bullpen somewhat.
Bay down on strikes. First strikeout for Kuo.
See a breaking ball right there after the fastball. Just tough for a hitter to have to look for that.
So 2 away with Henry Blanco stepping to the plate. Hey fans, Fox Fantasy Football is back and better than ever. New draft rooms, greater customization, faster live scoring, and still 100% free. Play today at foxsports.com/fantasy. You involved in any fantasy football leagues?
No, I played one time back in 94, 95, and I finished first in my league without making any transactions. So I proved my point that I could dominate fantasy football. Jim Kelly, my quarterback, Herman Moore, Kurt Warner, the running back. I remember that team.
Guess you had fun at the draft and then sat back and watched.
Just proved my point. How, you know, you just draft the right guys. Don't have to make any moves during the year, and There you go.
So back in '94, the first year that
94, 95.
First year that Fox broadcast the NFL. Now entering year 17.
It's right around the corner for you. You got to be going to work pretty soon.
After spending a leisurely summer with you. 1-2 to Blanco. And he pops it up. Catch is made on the run by the second baseman, Blake DeWitt. Middle of the 8th here in Los Angeles. Still tied, 2 apiece. Blue Lawn and Garden Crew by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by DirecTV. To get the best quality picture and sound for your flat screen, switch to DirecTV today. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Dodger Stadium. Mets and Dodgers tied at 2. And Xavier Paul leading off against Raul Valdez, who has worked 2 scoreless innings out of the pen for the Mets. There's Jonathan Broxton. Passed his bout with food poisoning. Up to the Dodgers pen.
Yeah, I'd like to see what piece of food could knock that body down. Tell you what, Valdez has done a great job. See Brox there. Got the save for the National League in the All-Star game. I'm saying Valdez has done a real nice job coming in, holding the Dodgers at bay. Say that, he goes right to a 3-0 count. You know, and this is really the inning where you got to keep the Dodgers off the bases.
As soon as you say that, Paul draws a leadoff walk. Time now for a DirecTV game break. Phillies and the Rockies. Bottom of the 3rd, bases loaded, no score. Ryan Howard at the plate, and he delivers a 3-run triple off 15-game winner Ubaldo Jimenez. Jimmy Rollins, Placido Blanco, and Raul Ibanez all score. Phillies took a 3-0 lead. It's now 10-2 Philadelphia. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD, call 1-800-DIRECT-TV. Here comes Manny Acosta out of the Mets pen. AAA Buffalo. On to make his 13th appearance with Xavier Paul on at first. And the first pitch to Matt Kemp, who has 2 hits today, a called strike. 0-1. 2-2 game, bottom of the 8th inning, nobody out. Raul Valdez walked the leadoff man, Xavier Paul. Paul takes his lead off first. The 0-1 to Kemp, in for strike 2. Well, you saw Ryan Howard's bases clearing triple. Phillies now lead the Rockies 10-2 in Philadelphia. Phillies started the day half game ahead of the Mets, 6 behind the first place Braves in the National League East. The 0-2 check swing. Kemp went around for out number 1. Ken Rosenthal, what are you hearing out of Philadelphia?
Kenny, the Phillies have been involved in talks for both Dan Herron and Roy Oswalt, and we just learned that they scratched a pitcher named J.C. Ramirez from his start tomorrow at AA. Now, we know that Ramirez is not injured, but we don't know exactly why he was scratched. We also don't know if he is involved in a trade for Herron, Oswalt, or someone else, but these are the kinds of things we track this time of year.
All right, thanks, Ken. Acosta does his job, striking out Matt Kemp. We'll be back. '55th appearance. Came up in the Dodgers system after he was drafted by Los Angeles back in 1995. James Loney on the first pitch. Castillo had some trouble with it. And the Mets get the force at second. Loney safe at first.
Well, Castillo bobbles it a little bit. Jose Reyes does a nice job of still being able to turn it. He shows his athleticism by jumping over the runner. Paul, watch this. Jumps over and still makes a halfway decent throw over to first base. Ike Davis just unable to dig the ball out of the dirt.
So now 2 away. Here's Blake DeWitt. DeWitt with 2 hits today. Tripled and scored in the 4th. Singled and was caught stealing in the 6th. Two runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Mets. Dodgers 2 runs on 7 base hits. Dodgers led this game 2-0. Mets scored 2 in the 6th. Mets will have the pitcher spot. Reyes and Castillo due up in the ninth. Bobby Parnell up and throwing in the Mets pen. DeWitt swings and misses, 0-2.
Well, outside of that hiccup by the Dodger bullpen, I mean, both bullpens have been real strong. Mets have been real impressive here.
The 0-2 from Feliciano, missing low and away. There's Johan Santana on the right. Was outstanding last night and earning his 8th win of the season. He's been unhittable over his last 5 starts. As DeWitt flies out to Pagan in right. So we head to the 9th in Los Angeles with the Mets and Dodgers tied at 2 apiece. Jonathan Broxton, the 7th Dodger pitcher in this game. His first appearance since Tuesday against San Francisco when he allowed 3 runs in a third of an inning.
It hasn't been the same guy as far as the dominance. Used to be just come right in, shut the other team down, but he had an elongated outing against the Yankees, and ever since then, it just hasn't been the same.
Facing a pinch hitter, Josh Tolley. You saw the numbers, 5 for 7 as a pinch hitter, 12 for 28 overall, the young catcher, batting .429 with the Mets this season. Tolley pinch hitting for Feliciano with Jose Reyes on deck. Broxton, you mentioned earlier, picked up the save in the All-Star game. Behind in the count, 2-0. Fastball missing low, ball 3. K-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez in the Mets bullpen. The 3-0 to Josh Tolley, missing high and away. Broxton issues a leadoff walk here in the top of the 9th inning.
Number 7.
Well, obviously not what Joe Torre wants to see, but even more dangerous now that you've got a guy like Reyes up at the plate who can do so many things. Whether it's bunt for a base hit, whether it's bunt as a sacrifice, let him swing away, drive something to the alley. You see the Dodgers, Casey Blake in at third base. Vercall shaded more towards second base at the shortstop area.
Reyes lays down the bunt. Broxton. So Reyes does his job, moving Tolley over to second.
That's a nice job by Reyes getting that bunt down. A lot of people just think, oh, well, you should be able to bunt. Just get the bunt down. Well, it's not like going to the batting cages or having somebody lob pitches to you during batting practice where you just bunt. You got a guy out there throwing 95, 96 miles an hour. Might throw a breaking pitch in there and you're asked to bunt. It's not as easy as it looks.
So with one away, here's Luis Castillo. Came up in a big spot in the 6th after the Mets had tied the score. Came up with the bases loaded, 1 out. Swung at the first pitch, 4-6-3 double play. An opportunity here with Tolley taking his lead off second. And the first pitch from Broxton, missing low and inside, ball 1. Angel Pagan waiting on deck. Both clubs 2-7 since the All-Star break. They've split the first 2 games of this series. One over Castillo. Broxton missing away. Ball 2.
If I'm Castillo, I've almost got to take a strike. And the reason I say that, the only strike that Broxton has thrown this inning was to Reyes, who tipped his hand as far as, hey, look, I'm going to sacrifice bunt right here. But every other pitch so far has been a ball.
There's a strike, 2-1. Castillo swings, breaks his bat. Thrown out by the second baseman DeWitt. Tolley moves over to third.
That's a couple of bats we've seen today where the handle just really breaks in half. You got 2 parts of the bat. It's not as if anything's splintered. DeWitt doing a nice job of getting the speedy Castillo.
So now Angel Pagan with 2 outs. And a runner on third. Bobby Parnell and K-Rod up from the Mets pen. Pagan is 1 for 4. First pitch, strike 1. Josh Tolley 90 feet away. David Wright waiting on deck. Should Pagan reach?
And this is the 3rd at-bat for Pagan today, coming up with runners in scoring position.
Coming into this game, 3rd in the league with a .386 average in those situations.
And one of the main reasons that Jerry Manuel has put him in the 3rd spot in this lineup.
With runners in scoring position today, flat out to the center fielder Kemp. In the first inning, struck out in the 3rd. Behind the count, 0-2. 0-2 from Boston. Just missing outside. Two balls, two strikes, two outs, top of the ninth inning in a 2-2 game. Full count.
I'm thinking right now, even in this situation, you don't necessarily need to throw a strike. It's okay if you walk him, you start over with the next hitter. And if you're thinking about just laying one over there because you don't want to walk him, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Off speed or something off the plate here. But nothing over the middle.
Ball four to Pagan. Second walk of the inning. Mets have runners on the corners with two outs.
Yeah, see, it's not a big deal right there. That 3-2 pitch you saw Brad Ausmus setting off of the plate. It's absolutely the right thing. Don't worry about it. Pagan goes down to first. Go after David Wright. I think Honeycutt heads out just to go over the hitter, but more importantly, don't get so caught up with the runner at first base and the fact that he's a threat to steal. Don't let that take your focus away from what the task at hand is, and that's to go after David Wright.
David Wright 1 for 6 lifetime against Broxton. Runners on the corners, two outs. Wright is 1 for 4 today, single back in the fourth inning. David Wright against the Dodgers, hitting over 400 for his career. Big opportunity here in the top of the ninth inning in a tie game. Tolley on third, Pagan over at first. First pitch from Broxton, swing and a miss, nothing in one.
Broxton just going right after David Wright, a good hard fastball. Like I said, that's where the focus has to be. It does not matter what Angel Pagan does over at first base.
Pagan goes. No balls, two strikes.
You see that Brad Ausmus doesn't even offer to get up or make a throw. You watch him, watch Brad. Just catch it. Hey, go ahead. Run on down to second.
Second steal of the game for Pagan. Right behind him, the count, 0-2. Wright strikes out on 3 pitches. We head to the bottom of the ninth here at Dodger Stadium. Blake, Anderson, and Ausmus due up. 18th appearance for the Mets this season in a tie game, bottom of the ninth, with Casey Blake leading off. And he takes strike one. Keep in mind the Mets have suffered 11 walk-off losses this season.
Yeah, that'll take the wind out of you, too. One thing to lose a game, but it's another one to be standing out there and watching the game get away from you. You know, Bobby Parnell, though, he's done a great job this year. 17 outings, 15 of those been unscored upon. Really solidified the spot in the bullpen. And really, both teams have pitched well today. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's the pitching's been that good or the hitting's been that anemic. And it just, again, because both teams have struggled offensively.
Dodgers have only one base hit since the fourth inning, off the bat of DeWitt in the sixth. Parnell, the fifth Mets pitcher. Andre Ethier has a bat in the Dodgers dugout. Casey Blake down on strikes.
Number 9.
Yeah, Parnell just rears back. I mean, right now we're seeing guys that can get it up there. We saw Broxton 97, 98. Bobby Parnell 97 miles an hour right there. You guys are just coming in and letting it go.
We've seen 12 pitchers in a 2-2 game. Garrett Anderson. Nice play by Ike Davis. So quickly 2 away here in the bottom of the ninth inning.
Well, it is a nice play by Davis. Just the ability to maneuver and make a quick reaction. Again, tough to pick up the ball in these day games. Not necessarily as bad right now. With some shadows in the stand. See Jeff Weaver down there. Looks like he's next in line for this Dodger ball club.
So with 2 away, here's Brad Ausmus. Drove in the Dodgers' last run way back in the fourth inning, after Anderson was intentionally walked. Ausmus making his second start of the year, and today moved into 8th place all time as far as games caught in the major leagues, 1,919. Recently activated from the 60-day disabled list. There's Andre Ethier. Comes out into the on-deck circle should Ausmus reach. Backhanded by the second baseman Castillo, and he throws out the Dodgers catcher. So we head to the 10th. A 7-pitch ninth for Bobby Parnell. Two Mets, but got out of the inning. And he will remain in here in the 10th to face Carlos Beltran, Ike Davis, and Jason Bay. Mets without a hit since the 6th inning when they scored both of their runs. Dodgers only one hit since the 4th. So extra innings here in Los Angeles. Carlos Beltran is 0 for 3 with a walk today. Lifetime against Broxton. Beltran is 1 for 4. His only hit was a home run. Mets and Dodgers split the first 2 games of this series. Nothing in 2 on Beltran. The pitching matchup tomorrow. 9-game winner Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers, and the knuckleballer R.A. Dickey, who started the season 6-0, is now 6-4. He will start for the Mets.
Yeah, but Dickey's done a nice job. He's pitched better than really his record indicates. Haven't been getting a lot of support lately.
Beltran bounces one up the middle, fielded behind second by the shortstop for Call, and Beltran is retired. So with one away, here's Ike Davis. Davis 1 for 4, scored the Mets' first run back in the 6th inning. Mets have had their chances today. They've stranded 11 base runners. They loaded the bases in the 4th, could not score. Had the bases loaded after scoring 2 runs in the 6th, and Castillo bounced into a double play.
Well, they really haven't had a number of opportunities. And remember, the Dodgers, they scored their run on a throwing error, and Furcal gets to third, and then a sacrifice fly. It's not as if they were banging the ball all over the ballpark. And, you know, while the runs are equal offensively, the Mets have been much better today.
Two score, top of the 10th inning. A 1-0 from Broxton, and Davis fouls it back as we check in once again with Ken Rosenthal. Ken?
Guys, we've seen terrific work from both bullpens today, but both these teams actually are in the market for upgrades to their relief corps. The Mets are talking about guys like Kevin Gregg and Octavio Dotel, people they can use in a setup role. And another option, of course, is for them to acquire a starter, maybe someone like Ted Lilly, and then move Ken Takahashi into the bullpen, where his stuff would play really well.
Takahashi, the starting pitcher here on Thursday night against Hiroki Kuroda. It was only the 6th all-time matchup of Japanese-born starting pitchers in the major leagues, and they went at it back home for a number of years. They're scheduled to go out to dinner at some point this weekend.
Well, really a well-pitched game on both sides, too. Matt Kemp single-handedly won it for the Dodgers.
Building both runs in a 2-0 game. McDonald fires to first to retire Ike Davis, now 2 away. Well, next Saturday, check local listings. Tigers and Red Sox. Braves and Reds, Dodgers and Giants. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. 1 week from today at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. With 2 outs, here is Jason Bay. Bay, a couple of singles. Walked and scored in the 6th inning, struck out his last time up in the 8th. Bay 1 for 7 against Broxton during his career. Nothing in 2.
Wow. That pitch almost seemed like it was by Jason Bay before he started to swing. 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
0-2 from Broxton, and Bay strikes out for the second time. We'll return to Los Angeles for the bottom of the 10th after these messages from your local Fox station. Bobby Parnell retired the Dodgers in order in the 9th, and here is Andre Ethier out to pinch hit for Jonathan Broxton. He has been Mr. Walk-Off for the Dodgers over the last 3 seasons. 6 career walk-off home runs, 11 walk-off hits since 2008, Eric, including 2 this year.
Well, he really has had a flair for the dramatic, and what he's done here in his couple of years has really endeared himself to Dodger fans. Joe Torre looking for a little of that magic right now.
1-0 from Parnell, fouled back to the screen, now 1-1.
Well, really started off the season just absolutely on a tear. He was leading the National League in all Triple Crown categories when he was derailed by a broken pinky. Since then, he's been back. He's been pretty darn good. Joe Torre giving him a rest today, though.
Joe told us Ethier has not really had a break in a while. Did not even have the All-Star break off because he played in the All-Star game.
Had a base hit in that ball game.
First Dodger outfielder to start since Darryl Strawberry back in '91. Two and 2.
Well, we talk about Ethier and the success he's had. Keep your call on deck, but let's not discount what Bobby Parnell's done out there. This guy's coming at you with a good breaking ball, 96, 97 mile an hour fastball. That's not a lot of fun.
Ethier leading off for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Parnell pitched a 1-2-3 ninth on 7 pitches. This the 6th pitch of the at-bat to Ethier, and he fouls it back.
And that shows you the respect he has for Ethier, and then again the confidence he has in his ability. 3-2, goes at him with a breaking ball, doesn't challenge him with the fastball, 96, 97. By the same token, very confident in his breaking stuff, and he'll throw it 3-2. Now as a hitter, you're all messed up. You don't know what's coming, you just got to protect.
Parnell strikes out Ethier. Second strikeout for Bobby Parnell. He's retired all 4 Dodgers he has faced. So now Rafael Furcal coming to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th inning. 10 innings, Eric. This is nothing. First time the Mets were on Fox this year, they played 20.
Well, let's not really go there, Kenny. I'm not really interested.
Oh, I already went there.
Yeah, you were there. No, the pitching, the relief pitching has really been great. I mean, the starters both threw well. The Dodgers had a bit of a hiccup. But since then, both sides have been great in the bullpen.
There's Furcal, bounces one up the middle. Behind second, Reyes, 2 away. There is Jeff Weaver.
Number 30.
In the Dodgers pen.
Well, I'm not sure it goes 20 today. The Dodgers don't have much left down in that bullpen. Weaver and George Sherrill.
Tony La Russa used 2 position players to pitch in that 20-inning game. Today's starter for the Mets, Mike Pelfrey, picked up the save.
Well, Dodgers, James Loney could probably throw a few innings. But outside of that, I'm not sure what they have.
Mets played a 14-inning game this past Wednesday in Arizona.
Kenny, enough of the extra inning game right now. We don't need to discuss that.
You don't have a flight to catch. You live here.
Focus at the I'm worried about your flight at midnight tonight.
Still have some time. Xavier Paul, center field. Coming on is Beltran, and he makes the catch. 19 of the last 21 Dodgers have been retired. We head to the 11th. In the game in right field, he struck out as a pinch hitter. Jeff Weaver will make his 33rd appearance on the mound for the Dodgers. And he will face the number 8 hitter, Henry Blanco. Alex Cora has come out of the on-deck circle. He will pinch hit for the pitcher, Bobby Parnell. Dodgers bullpen has held the Mets without a hit over the last 4 innings. Jose Reyes had the last Mets hit in the top of the 6th. It was a run-scoring single. Slichting then induced Castillo, grounded into a double play on the first pitch. Kenley Jansen, in his first Major League appearance, retired the Mets in order in the 7th. Hong-Chi Kuo retired the Mets in order in the 8th. Jonathan Broxton issued 2 walks in the 9th, then retired the Mets in order in the 10th. Weaver to Blanco. Long run for the center fielder Kemp, but he's there. 1 away.
Well, Kemp gets a nice jump, and that's something that you'll tend to see in extra inning ball games as guys become a bit more flat-footed out in the field. Guys at the plate, they start to swing for the fence, but Matt Kemp ready out there, gets a good jump and runs down a ball that Blanco hits.
So here's Alex Cora, 1 for 7 as a pinch hitter. And he is the last position player available for Jerry Manuel. Chris Carter was announced back in the 6th inning. Dodgers made a pitching change, and Frank Cora pinch hit for Carter. Cora pops it up to the right side, foul territory, and it curves out of play. And then, of course, Barajas was injured, running to first in the 6th inning. So the Mets were forced to insert Blanco. They used the 3rd catcher, Josh Tolley, as a pinch hitter in the 9th. So no position players remaining for the Mets. Dodgers have 2, Russell Martin and Jamie Carroll. And as far as pitchers go, Dodgers have only George Sherrill remaining out in their pen. For the Mets, Elmer descends, K-Rod, and Oliver Perez.
Well, the thing about that, with the Dodgers, Weaver, they can give him a few innings. Descends, and Perez can give the Mets a few innings. Bottom line is somebody's got to score.
Cora flies out to Kemp, 2 away.
Number 7, shortstop, Jose Reyes.
Here's Jose Reyes, 2 for 4, drove in a run back in the 6th inning. From Weaver, and Reyes pops it up to the left side, and it's out of play just to the right of the Dodgers dugout. So 0-2 on Reyes, facing Jeff Weaver with Luis Castillo waiting on deck. Weaver, the 8th pitcher used by the Dodgers in this game. Reyes just 2 for 13 lifetime against Weaver. The 0-2. And Reyes again pops it foul to the left side. Out of play.
Almost the exact same spot. Gets a bounce on that cement. Fan gets a souvenir.
Good to see Jimmy Kimmel last 11 innings.
I'll tell you, that's a trooper right there.
See the gentleman to his left wearing a Brooklyn Cyclones t-shirt. Minor league affiliate of the Mets. Former home of Ike Davis. Was that the Dodger Mike Piazza or the Met? Or perhaps the Marlin.
That's a great, or the Padre, or the A.
He was a big fan of Eric Karros, the A, as well.
Yeah. Well, you see Jose Reyes just holding up his swing. C.B. Buckner thought so over at third base.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Part of the order due up for the Dodgers in the bottom half. Dodgers scored their runs in the first and fourth innings. Mets with 2 in the 6th. Two from Weaver. Bounce to the second baseman, DeWitt. Weaver retires. The Mets in order in the 11th. Kemp, Loney, DeWitt due up for the Dodgers. Appearance, an earned run average under 2 for the former Dodger.
Yeah, he's going to try and nibble. It doesn't have anything overpowering. You see what Jerry Manuel has left to deal with. None. That's not a player. That's none, as in nobody left.
Matt Kemp leading off for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 11th inning.
But this is the thing, as a leadoff hitter in an extra inning ball game, it's so tempting, especially when you have the ability to hit one out, to go up there and try and launch one. Ended on one swing, but Matt Kemp, he's a guy who can get on base. He's one of the fastest runners out there. Can steal a bag. His job is just to get to first base.
James Loney on deck. Remember, the Mets have lost 11 games in their opponent's final at-bat this season. 2-0 from Descends, missing away.
You know, that's an excellent job right there by Matt Kemp. You know, he has a tendency to get excited at 2-0. You know, he's going to jack something, but very patient right there. That is a great take on a 3-0 or 2-0 pitch.
3-0 from Descends. He misses inside. A 4-pitch leadoff walk issued to Matt Kemp.
Yeah, that's an excellent at-bat by Matt Kemp. I mean, it sounds like I'm harping on it, but there have been times this year where he has some at-bats and you just wonder if there's any thought going on before he gets to the plate. That right there, though, is an excellent at-bat.
So the leadoff man is on for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 11th inning in a 2-2 game. As James Loney, who leaves the club and runs batted in, steps in. Loney 1 for 4 today, just 3 hits in his last 21 at-bats.
Well, if you're Descends, you've got to be cognizant of Matt Kemp at first. Henry Blanco, one of the best catchers defensively in the game. But I'm not so sure if I'm the Dodgers I'm doing any running early here. I let James Loney see some pitches, see if he can get something in that hole between first and third. Get Kemp over to third base. You see that hole. Look at that. You don't even see the second baseman in that picture.
Loney with a bloop into shallow left, coming on his bay, and he makes the catch on the run as Kemp heads back to first.
Jason Bay doing a nice job coming in, making the grab. Made a great defensive play the other night. Now if you're Matt Kemp, this is when you start to think about picking a pitch and taking a shot at trying stealing a bag. Not going to be easy, though, again. Like I said, Henry Blanco, one of the best in the game.
So Kemp takes his lead off first. Blake DeWitt at the plate. DeWitt 2 for 4 today. And we've talked about it throughout the game. Dodgers have had trouble scoring runs. A 2-0 win on Thursday. 1 run and a loss last night. Only 2 in 10 1/3 so far today. So 5 runs in this series in 29 innings. DeWitt pops it into shallow center. Beltran makes the catch for out number 2.
Well, and you talk about the Dodgers' struggles. A couple nights ago against San Francisco, it was Casey Blake who did all of the damage. Next night against the Mets, it was Matt Kemp that did all the damage. It's not as if they're getting production from multiple guys. Basically been one guy gets a couple hits and drives in the runs, and that's it.
So with 2 outs, here's Casey Blake. Blake 0 for 4 today. Kemp a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 11th. Loney and DeWitt both flied out. Sends over to first. You know, our statistician Marty Aronoff pointing out that you had great success against Elmer Descends. 4 for 9. A couple of runs batted in. It's a .444 average.
That's luck. That was luck.
Well, he did strike out twice.
There we go. That's more characteristic. Well, here we go. I mean, Matt Kemp right now, they're going to keep throwing over to first base. They're not trying to pick him off. They just want him to continue dive into first. Become a little heavy-footed over there. Because for me, if Matt Kemp, he's got to run early in the count here. Give Casey Blake an opportunity to drive him in from second base.
Kemp holds, Descends missing away, ball 1.
You know, that's how you define a base stealer. A base stealer is somebody that runs or steals a bag when everybody in the park knows that he's going.
Kemp back in. Elmer Descends, the 6th Mets pitcher. We are tied at 2, bottom of the 11th inning in Los Angeles. Kemp goes, pitch out, the throw from Blanco is in time. So the Mets guess right kept nailed, attempting to steal second, and we head to the 12th inning. Two-two game. Neither team has scored since the 6th inning. The Mets without a base hit since the 6th. Mets have gone 5 full innings without a hit. They've had only 2 base runners during that span. Jonathan Broxton walked 2 Mets in the 9th, and that has been it. Castillo bounces one to the second baseman, DeWitt. One away. Luis Castillo now 1 for 6. He has not gotten the ball out of the infield since his first inning double.
Number 16, right fielder Angel Pagan.
So with 1 away, here's Angel Pagan. Pagan is 1 for 4 with a walk today. And as you've been talking about throughout the game, he's come to the plate 3 times in this game in the runner in scoring position. Here batting with the bases empty against Weaver.
And not successful on any of those opportunities. As we mentioned a number of times coming into today's game, hitting at a 386 clip with runners in scoring position. I mean, it's the right man in the right spot, but just not his day up to this point.
On the ground to the shortstop for call. 2 away. Mets had 9 hits over the first 6 innings. Nothing over the last 5 plus. They've stranded 11 base runners today. Yesterday they scored more than 4 runs for the first time in 14 games. But only 2 runs today. RBI singles by Barajas and Reyes back in the 6th inning. So here's David Wright. He is 1 for 5. On the first pitch, it is for call. 3 groundouts, a 5-pitch 12th inning for Jeff Weaver. Penn has allowed 2 earned runs in 7 innings. As Casey Blake steps in to lead off against Elmer DeSenz here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Blake is 0 for 4. He struck out twice. And he wears the same number my partner wore here in Los Angeles. Uniform number 23. And he sends a base hit into center field, leading off for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 12th. So the Dodgers have the leadoff man on for the second consecutive inning. They took a 1-0 lead in the first. Xavier Paul with a sacrifice fly, scoring left field for Carl. Brad Ausmus with an RBI single up the middle off Mike Pelfrey in the 4th. Mets scored their runs in the 6th. Ron Barajas driving in the 1st. And then Jose Reyes tied the game. So Casey Blake takes his lead off first as DeSenz throws over. Garrett Anderson is 0 for 3, was intentionally walked back in the 4th inning. Anderson squares to bunt.
Well, if I'm Garrett Anderson right now, you could square around. David Wright's playing in, and you almost have an opportunity to pull that slash play where you pull the bat back and go ahead and swing. I mean, you look at where you're setting this up, and you see the infield right there, and David Wright in at third, but these guys are charging. They assume that Garrett Anderson's going to sacrifice bunt, pull the bat back. You're putting a runner in scoring position for Brad Ausmus, who's just come back after being gone since April, and then the pitcher spot. Actually, I take that back. Ethier up at the plate. I'd make something happen.
Blake goes right back to the box. Low throw. Winds up in center field. Blake on his way to third. Dodgers with runners on the corners and nobody out.
See, that's why I wouldn't bunt. So I knew that was going to happen. This ball right back to DeSenz, and you see the runners going right there. It's a hit and run. He's running down to second base. DeSenz turns to throw. He realizes, man, I got to hurry this thing up. That makes a bad throw. As I said, you'll make something happen. I'm not sure I would have called for a hit and run, but that's what Joe Torre calls from the bench. Make something happen. The Mets unable to execute. Now the Dodgers are in a favorable position.
And Russell Martin will pinch hit for Brad Ausmus. First and third, nobody out. Infield in. Blake, representing the potential winning run, takes his lead off third. First pitch to Martin, low and away, ball 1. Russell Martin batting .246. He's 1 for 4 as a pinch hitter this season. The throwing error committed by DeSenz. The second throwing error charged to a Mets pitcher. Remember back in the first inning, Pelfrey with a throw off the mark to first base, and that led to the Dodgers' first run.
Well, the Dodgers haven't scored here yet, but in a great position. The Mets have only themselves to blame if they don't win this game. A number of opportunities offensively. The Dodgers basically nothing going on offensively except for the fact that As you mentioned, 2 throwing errors by the pitchers put the Dodgers in position to score.
Dodgers went 5 innings without a hit from the 7th through the 11th. The 1-2 right back to the box. Descends, checks the runner, throws to first for out number 1. Anderson moves to second, so now second and third with 1 out for Andre Ethier.
Number 16, right fielder.
We mentioned the numbers earlier when Ethier came to the plate in the 10th inning. 11 walk-off hits since 2008. Most of the majors, 2 this year. 6 career walk-off home runs. Mets have lost 11 games in the final at bat by their opponents. There's Oliver Perez in the Mets pen. Blake on third, Anderson on second, and Jerry Manuel out of the Mets dugout.
But I think you have to pitch to Ethier. I'm not sure I used Descent, but they're bringing in Perez. You've got to pitch to Ethier. You can't load the bases and have Furcal at the plate. Got a tie ball game. New pitcher, Ethier at the plate. Can't wait to see what happens.
Oliver Perez's issues have been well documented this season. A 15-game winner back in 2007. 7 starts for the Mets this year. 0-3. Pitched for the first time out of the bullpen since returning from the minor leagues in Arizona back on Wednesday.
Well, if he's on your team and in your bullpen, you know, you've got to use him. And in this situation right now, I think this is really the only option that Jerry Manuel has. You take Perez, you've got to go after Ethier. I don't think you can walk him and hope to double up Rafael Furcal. You bring in Perez, Ethier historically 0 for 6 against him, and you just hope.
Second and third, 1 out. Infield in, first pitch. Ethier fouls it off. Down the left field line, 0-1.
Because I can tell you, they're not going to pitch to Furcal. You know, if Ethier gets out, he's going down to first, and Xavier Paul is not in. You've got to have somebody up. The pitch hit. Weaver's spot.
Jamie Carroll, the only position player remaining for the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think this is the right move. I mean, you make a case for some other things, but I think Jerry Manuel And he's doing the best thing he can do right here.
The 1-1 to Ethier. Perez missing high and inside. Ball 2, now 2-1. Two-two score. Bottom of the 12th inning, 1 out. Runners on second and third for the Dodgers. The 2-1 to Ethier. Nice block by Blanco, and it's strike 2, says the third base umpire, C.B. Bucknor. Larry Boa, Dodgers third base coach, not happy with the call.
Hey, you take a look from the side, and it could probably go either way.
Casey Blake, the runner on third. The 2-2 from Perez. Ethier pops it up. Back behind the plate. Will Blanco have room? He does. 2 away.
And now you have to walk for call and go after Carroll. Now this pitch, breaking ball up, and I know Perez hasn't had a lot of success this year, but again, he's down in your bullpen, and said it's exactly what Jerry Manuel needed to do. The Ethier upset.
And the Mets will intentionally walk for call to load the bases for pinch hitter Jamie Carroll, the last remaining position player on either side.
You know, and now this is where, though, I would have somebody come in like Frankie Rodriguez. I'd have him come in to face Carroll because you need to get that out. The Dodgers have nobody left in their bullpen outside of George Sherrill, who has struggled mightily as of late. So what you're essentially asking Rodriguez to do is come in, get an out, hopefully you score, and then you get 3 outs. You're looking for a 4-out save. But if you leave Perez out there, Carroll gets on, all bets are off. And this is where I would do something. I would bring in Rodriguez right here.
Batting for Jeff Weaver.
Blanco out for a visit with Perez. Jamie Carroll is 4 for 6 lifetime against Oliver Perez. So the bases are loaded with 2 outs, bottom of the 12th inning. And the pinch hitter Carroll at the plate. Blake takes his lead off third, representing the potential winning run. And the first pitch to Carroll in for a called strike, 0-1. Carroll 3 for 7 as a pinch hitter this season. The 0-1 from Perez. Ground ball. Castillo fields it. The toss to Reyes. And Perez gets out of the inning. The Dodgers leave the bases loaded in the 12th. Dodgers, who have no position players and no relief pitchers remaining.
And now it's go get them, guys. This is what we got right here.
Mets only have K-Rod in their pen, no position players as well. So George Sherrill with an earned run average over 7. On to pitch the 13th. He will face Carlos Beltran, Ike Davis, and Jason Bay in a 2-2 game. Neither team has scored since the 6th inning. For the Dodgers, this matches their second longest game of the season. They went 14 against Arizona back on June 2nd. They played a 13-inning game in Washington in late April. Mets, as we mentioned earlier, played 20 innings in St. Louis in April and 14 innings in Arizona this past Wednesday. Beltran, right center. Matt Kemp makes it look easy, one away. How you doing down there at inning number 13, Ken Rosenthal?
Kenny, you might remember the 20-inning game.
Oh, I do.
I had asked Johan Santana the day before to do something special because CC Sabathia had nearly pitched a no-hitter on our air the week before. Well, around the 15th, 16th, 17th inning, Santana came up to me in the dugout and said, "Hey, this is all your fault. You asked for something special, and this is what we're getting." Well, a few innings back, he came up to me again, stuck his finger in my chest, and said, "I ought to kick your butt every time I see you at something else." Guys, as if it's our fault, these teams have this inability to score.
And that game was scoreless through 18. That's one at 2-1.
Well, didn't somebody score in the top of the inning, and then they followed it up with the...
Both teams scored in the 19th.
Man.
Ike Davis is robbed of a base hit by the shortstop for Call.
Well, nice job for Call timing that. Wasn't hit extremely hard. High enough for Call, showing his athletic ability.
So with 2 away, here's Jason Bay. Struck out his last 2 times up. Had 2 base hits earlier in the game, his second consecutive 2-hit game.
Well, I was talking earlier in these extra inning games, you don't necessarily want to get up there and try and swing from the fence. But this is for the fence. This is a situation where you do. Got 2 outs. You're a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Instead, he bounces it to the third baseman, Blake. A 1-2-3 13th for George Sherrill on 9 pitches. Cancer Research Foundation helps fund the most advanced and promising breast cancer research. Join the fight by texting CURE to 27722 to donate $10 or visit bcrfcure.org. Messaging and data rates may apply. Well, Oliver Perez worked out of a jam in the 12th inning. Will now face the heart of the Dodgers order in the 13th with Matt Kemp leading off. Kemp has reached base 3 times today. Takes the first pitch inside, ball 1. 41 of a possible 50 players have been used in this game. All except 4 starting pitchers on each side and Francisco Rodriguez in the Mets bullpen. A Mets pen which in 7 innings has not given up a run. They've allowed just 2 base hits. But the Dodgers did load the bases in the 12th.
Well, you talk about the Mets pitching and what they've done out of the bullpen. On the flip side, the offense has just absolutely disappeared. And they haven't even had a base runner in extra innings. Nothing.
Kemp with a drive, center field. Beltran started back, comes on, makes the catch to retire Kemp for the first out of the inning. Time for a DirecTV game break. Rays and Marlins bottom of the 3rd, tied at 2. Dan Uggla with a 2-run shot, his 18th of the season off Chris Bedlin. Gabby Sanchez also scores. The Marlins take a 4-2 lead over the first place Atlanta Braves. Phillies won today. They beat Colorado. Knocked Ubaldo Jimenez out early, so the Phils for the moment 5.5 behind Atlanta. Mets 6.5 out. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD, call 1-800-DIRECTV. Here's James Loney with 1 away.
You know, I was talking about Matt Kemp and what he did his last at-bat. It was a good at-bat. He drew a walk. But this is a 3-0 pitch that he hits off the end of the bat. You're in extra innings, and this is when you're not trying to jack one out of the park. You've got to get on.
Loney with a drive, deep right center. It is out of here, and the Dodgers win it. In the bottom of the 13th inning, home run number 7 for Loney. And the Mets suffer their 12th walk-off loss of this season.
Well, and that's a great job there by James Loney. 1 out, nobody on. That's when you start to swing from the fence. 1 out, 2 out. When you're leading off, you don't do it. James Loney not known for the home run this year, but known for the big RBI. Drove himself in right there.
Loney wins it for the Dodgers. Takes Oliver Perez deep in the bottom of the 13th inning. First Dodger run since the 4th. Only their 3rd hit since the 4th inning as well. And the Dodgers celebrate as they have now won 2 of 3 from the Mets during this weekend series. James Loney the hero. Dodgers win it 3-2 in 13. Will return in a moment.